All right, good morning, everybody. Today is January 19th. It is Wednesday. This is the New Hampshire House Election Law Committee. We have a number of bills scheduled to be heard starting at 9:30. We are a few minutes late, but even starting a few minutes late, I would like to start with the pledge. So if you could join me in rising with the pledge to the flag, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. The first bill we have before us today is HB 1009, requiring the date a person registers to vote to be included with other voter information. The sponsor of this bill is Representative Sweeney. Representative Sweeney is a member of this committee but is traveling this week and out of the state. Here to introduce the bill is Representative Ross Berry. Welcome to this side of the committee table.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am the much smarter, better-looking Representative Sweeney today. We have a highly controversial bill, Madam Chairman, of adding the date of voter registration to the information available to the approved parties on the electronic checklist. So all it does is add the date that the voter registered and nothing else.
Question, if you know, since this is not your bill, is the intent for this to be retroactive or forward-looking?
They already have the information, so I don't know if it's retroactive or it's just available.
All right. Questions from committee members. Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. What is the reason for this bill of needing to know when a person registered to vote?
Yeah, I can't speak exactly for the sponsor, but I do believe it gives a more complete picture of the voter as a whole. So, is this a new voter? Is it they just move here, right? As we campaign, I would like to know if somebody lived in the neighborhood for 2 days or 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from committee members? Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be better directed to someone from the Secretary of State's office, but isn't this information considered confidential?
No, I don't believe so. And we did consult, or I know the sponsor did consult with the Secretary of State's office on this because I believe he has an amendment coming forward because I think it might be in the wrong section. But I know he did speak with the Secretary of State's office about this, and this information is available in most states. So I don't see how that would be confidential.
Further question?
Yes. If part of the reason is to determine how long someone has been in a voting district, wouldn't address changes either within the district or from one district to another be of some interest? I'm thinking maybe someone from Ward 1 suddenly moves to Ward 9. They're technically a new voter in Ward 9, but maybe they lived in the city for 30 years.
Yeah, so I think to get to that point, you're right. It would be nice to know those sort of things. But the reality is when you move from one voting page to another, you're a newly registered voter in that area. So I'm not exactly quite sure the point of your question. But if you want to put the more information you want to make available, that is not, let's call it, personally invasive. I'm supportive of that because it's a transparency issue for me.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members? I'm seeing none, so thank you, Representative Berry. I do not have any other pink cards on this bill. Is there anybody else present who would like to speak to the bill that the committee is currently hearing, which is HB 1009? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1009. The next bill we are going to hear is 1252, and that will be at 9:45. So we are in recess for a few minutes. All right, I am exercising the discretion of the chair in that I have 3 timekeepers in front of me. None of them are the same, so I am declaring it 9:45. This is the House Election Law Committee. We are scheduled to have a public hearing on House Bill 1252. This is an act relative to political contributions made by certain business entities. And here to introduce the bill is the prime sponsor, Representative Love. Representative Love, do I have a pink card from you?
No.
All right, but I'll have one from you before you leave,
Yes.
right? Okay, great, thank you. Welcome, Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the House Election Law Committee. This morning, I come before you to introduce House Bill 1252. And House Bill 1252 will, if passed and signed into law, prohibit any person or entity that receives taxpayer-funded grants from the state of New Hampshire from donating to a PAC or state political campaign. I was speaking with the New Hampshire Executive Council Sunday evening about this bill, and he told me that this happens more often than people realize. He told me about a fish and game club that was applying for a grant, and they realized that this fish and game club had made donations to a PAC. And I don't know if they approved it or not, but you know, to me that's just flat out wrong. The taxpayer doesn't expect their money, their hard-earned money going into to PACs or political campaigns. Let's see. We can't go very deep into a political discussion without constituents hearing, with constituents without hearing. We have to get the dirty money out of the elections, and that's when you're taking taxpayer money and putting it into an election. That's real dirty for me. And that's what this bill is about. Quid pro quo. It's dirty money, and we need to stop this practice in New Hampshire. While discussing this bill with colleagues, the question of First Amendment rights has come up. So I asked our colleague from Windham, the former Chief Justice of New Hampshire Superior Court, his response was they gave up their First Amendment rights when they took the taxpayers' money. There is an amendment that I had drafted that expands this bill a little bit, but that's for later. And
No, actually, Representative Love, why don't you, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien has indicated to me that she will introduce the amendment when we are execing the bill, so why don't you address it now?
Okay,
And frankly, thank you for having the amendment done while we're hearing the bill. It's frankly, I think, much more useful for the committee than getting it when we exec it.
Okay, let me pull it out here. And what it does is, you know, it expands it a little bit to any person or business entity that has received a grant, subsidy, or a loan from the state of New Hampshire in the last 2 years. You know, any person found in violation of this paragraph shall be ineligible for a grant, subsidy, or loan from the state for the next 10 years. You know, put a little teeth into the penalties. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Love. Questions for Representative Love? Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, just one question. What about federal pass-through monies? For example, COVID relief funds that went to New Hampshire businesses, or the federal emergency management funds that maybe went to towns or businesses. Would those be, I mean, they're essentially grants, not dollars. Yes, well, those would be federal grants. But passing through the state. Yeah. The state's awarded. Well, maybe we'll need an amendment to address that. I didn't think of it. No further questions.
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I guess that's the follow-up. Anybody receiving like community, during the COVID pandemic, anybody receiving any grants or funding at all, which is most businesses that applied,
Yeah.
anybody, they wouldn't be able to make any donation.
I did not think of it, and I'd welcome an amendment to fix that up.
Okay,
clear
thank
it
you.
up.
Further questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. You did address on the state level, the concern about the potential of violating the First Amendment right of the individual with the business. But it's my understanding that federal law has ruled on this before, too, and found that there could be a potential First Amendment right violation to restrict an activity like this. Was that brought up, or when you did your research, was there any information on that?
My research was just asking, the representative from Wyndham, and, the man knows a little bit about law, so I took his word as gospel, I guess you could say. Thank you
Further
for the question.
questions? Representative Barry?
So I have I think very highly Representative Lynn on this issue. Wouldn't we have to structure this to where it was a part of state contracts, or because then I kind of think there might be a First Amendment violation. I understand because I've done government contracts before, and there's all sorts of stipulations in there for everything that you can imagine. But they're a part of the contract. But we need to make it a part of the actual contract or grant, or is this just, do we have the authority to do something sweeping like this?
Thanks for the question. I guess we could. Having this in statute and on the grant or loan or subsidy application would certainly suffice.
Further questions? I have a question. Let's take, I was going to say, let's take a look at something that's non-controversial, but there's nothing that's non-controversial, but I'm going to go there anyways. Let's say my old Grassmere Town Hall has the restoration of the Grassmere Town Hall has got a volunteer board that's been established to accept donations to help fund the restoration. And this board also receives an LCHIP grant. So that would be state funds, right?
Yeah.
So is that organization now prohibited from lobbying the organization that decides who gets the LCHIP grants, or is that board now prohibited from donating any money to a flyer to all representatives in support of the LCHIP program?
Thanks for the question. I don't believe they're prohibited right now. Otherwise, that executive counselor wouldn't be discussing that with me. It's
So you think that should be so
Yes,
the effect of that would be to prohibit that kind of lobbying?
sure.
Okay, so for
the taxpayers of Colebrook don't expect their money to be going. These are grants that help indigent people, whatever. Help get some projects done. You don't have to be lobbying to. You can do it on face value, not with money. That's taxpayers' money. It's not corporate money.
All right, so do you know, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ward, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I notice this applies to persons. Would it apply to an artist, let's say, who gets an artist advancement grant from the New Hampshire Council on the Arts?
Absolutely. Once again, everybody, you have to take the taxpayers as a group, and everybody in that group does not agree with funding the arts. Okay, be honest with you, I'm not a big art fan. So why should my tax money go to something like that? Stand on your own 2 feet. If your artwork, can draw interest and you can make some money on it, fine. I don't like subsidizing businesses, and that's what an artist actually is. He's trying to sell his works. So.
Follow up,
Okay.
Madam?
Follow up.
Thank you for that answer. It's very illuminating. How about a scholar who gets a grant for historical research from the Humanities Council? They would be prohibited from supporting a candidate?
Why do they need to? They have a real and honest project. Why can't they come before the entities giving the grants and present their case and get it on face value? Why do we have to pay? Why do they pay with taxpayer money. Okay? The taxpayers don't want their money going to pet projects.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Representative Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. My question, is this going to apply to entities that get SBA loans? Because a lot of small businesses in the state get SBA loans. And that's federal money, but it is distributed by the banks. And so, and there's a lot of different loan programs, not just related to COVID, that are also state programs. So any business that gets one of these loans is not going to be able.
If it's direct taxpayer money, which an SBA loan isn't, it's the bank making the loan, that's different.
Well, the money.
Okay, they're just backed by the state or the federal government. Okay, it's not actual taxpayer funds that are going to the loan.
A follow-up question?
Follow-up.
The money to the SBA is coming from our tax dollars, though, so if they have to back that up,
And
that is coming from my tax dollars, correct?
And that's federal tax dollars. This is state
Okay.
that we're addressing here.
This is just addressing state, okay. Representative Barry?
Why didn't you include nonprofits in this? There are a lot of nonprofits that take millions and millions of state contracts and then go and shove it into PACs and run campaigns.
That's why it says any entity, I believe.
I think it says business entity. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. May I have a follow-up?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It says any person, business, or business entity. Would you be agreeable to an amendment that included nonprofits or the reduction of business so it is entity?
Certainly. I put business entity because that's, to me, it's whether profit, for-profit, charitable, whatever,
You view the entity as being encompassing, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, further questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Representative Love, who's going to do a pink card and get it to me. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak to 1252? As I have been reminded, we have sign-up sheets both here in the room and online for people to register an opinion. There were a few people, and I apologize for not addressing this in the previous public hearing on HB 109. There were 4 people who signed up online who did not support the first bill we heard, and one representative signed in favor of the bill. Representative Terosian, if you could get me the blue for 1252. 1252 had 43 people online sign in support of it, 2 people oppose, and that was the testimony we received on 1252. And as soon as I get the blue for 1252, we will begin the public hearing on 1326. And Representative Bergeron, just so you know, your mic is still on, so you might want to turn it off, just because I have no idea how sensitive the live streaming is. Thank you. And 1252 has 3 people signed up in support of it. The next bill scheduled for a public hearing this morning at 10 o'clock. And again, I have 3 different timepieces. I'm declaring it 10 o'clock. Is HB 1326. This is relative to permissible campaign contributions by business organizations and labor unions. The prime sponsor is Representative Reed, who has joined us today. Welcome, Representative Reed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you yet again, honorable members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 17, Newmarket and Newfields. I feel a bit muffled. Here we go. All right. So this bill has been before you a few times. It actually passed in 2020 and was one of those many unfortunate casualties of the mass tabling event in the Senate. It was before you in 2021, and based on the report in the House calendar, there was a misinterpretation, and I'll explain that in a bit. But it was not voted on by the House, so it's before you again because there was no restriction on introducing it again. So in the previous versions, and if you want to just look.
Research from our committee researcher. On this particular bill. So if committee members want to refer to that, if they have it, that would be fine.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
In the previous version of the bill, I had the existing paragraph that exists in RSA that applies to labor unions, restrictions on labor unions' campaign donations. And then I added an identical paragraph, and I'll explain why in a minute, that said, okay, and the same exact thing for corporations. Well, the report in the House calendar seemed to indicate that that bill was somehow treating corporations and labor unions differently, even though the language of both of those paragraphs was identical. So what I have done in this version is simply took the labor union paragraph and added "and businesses," so that there's no, hopefully there's no confusion about the fact that the same exact language is applying to both labor unions and businesses absolutely equally. So in 1907, Teddy Roosevelt, in this kind of wave of anti-corruption that ended up sweeping the nation in the aftermath of the robber baron period, Teddy Roosevelt passed into federal law a prohibition on corporate donations for to campaigns, period. And that is federal law today. That is still federal law. Corporations cannot donate, period. In the wave of that, many, many states, including New Hampshire, also passed an identical prohibition on corporate donations to campaigns. So we had that language, but this is before things called PACs existed. It was just corporations can't donate. And so in 1999, the New Hampshire Supreme Court struck that down, saying it was overly broad. The intent of the original legislation was understood to not be from general funds. However, the wording was too broad. And they said very explicitly, and I'm going to refer to a previous testimony on this bill, a previous version of this bill that I have passed out that has the quote from the New Hampshire Supreme Court saying that there is, of course, a simple solution to this problem. The general court can easily and effectively amend the statute to reflect its actual constitutional intent, which was simply to say, as we currently do with unions, that yes, corporations cannot donate from their general funds, though. If a corporation or any union, anyone, creates a segregated fund, a PAC, where the funds that come in and go out are completely voluntary, the funds that come in are made by donations from people who know this is going to a political cause, separate from the general funds. So if you're a union, member dues cannot be used for campaign donations. And as the previous member mentioned, if you're a business, even if you're a business that gets taxpayer funds, those general funds cannot be used. It has to be a separate, segregated fund. But then, yes, you can donate to political campaigns. So we have had, since 1999, when the Supreme Court struck that law down, a mismatch in our labor union restriction and our business restriction. Business has no restriction, even though they originally had an absolute prohibition. That was struck down as overly broad. Now businesses have no restriction. Labor unions have the restriction that it must be from segregated funds. All this bill is doing, as it has done in the past when it's passed, is to say, same language, same rules apply to both equally. They cannot, whether labor or business, donate from their general funds. They can, whether labor or business, donate from a segregated fund that is for that purpose. And that's it. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Terozzi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. Help me understand it, because I'm looking at the summary of some research that was done on this and I'll read it verbatim, that currently New Hampshire statute prohibits political contributions by partnerships, labor unions, and individuals in excess of specified amounts A previous New Hampshire ban on political contributions made by business organizations was struck down in the U.S. District Court ruling issued in 1999 and ultimately removed from the law in 2011. If we were to pass this, wouldn't we run into the same problem?
Literally, no, I literally explained this. Okay, so and I even quoted the court just now in that exact case. The court said, the intent is good. Many states and the federal government have a prohibition on corporations. But the intent, while good, the language was too broad because it said it is a complete ban, which included segregated, dedicated funds. The court said it's very easy, I can quote it again, very easy for the general court to fix this by simply saying they can donate through through segregated funds, but not general funds, which is what we do for labor unions. Right now, we treat businesses and labor unions differently. They should be treated the same, which is to say, in keeping with the original legislative intent and in keeping with the Supreme Court recommendation for what our wording should be, to say that general funds, whether business or unions, is prohibited. Dedicated funds, where those donations to those funds are completely voluntary and known to the people to be for political purposes, that is okay.
Further questions from committee members? Representative, if you would indulge me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Line 7, 6 to 7, you refer to business organization, and I understand your intent is to be sort of all-encompassing by that definition. Would that be similar? Perhaps you heard the previous public hearing when the bill that we heard used the term business entity in an attempt to sort of cover everything.
I don't see the word entity here.
No. We had a previous bill that the language was referred to business entity, and in response to does it include nonprofits, the response was this is intended to include all businesses of any kind. So is business organization also an attempt to include all businesses of any type of structure?
I would say not a nonprofit in my understanding. I can go to legal experts for this, which you certainly probably would know more than me about the legal of it, but I would say business organization, officer, director, executive agent, partner, employee acting in behalf of such business organization. I believe that means a for-profit entity, but it includes corporations, LLCs, private proprietorships.
Since profit or nonprofit is really a tax status designed to sort of give other ways of fundraising, the reality, you said you don't want it to apply to nonprofits?
No, I think it's fine to apply to nonprofits because that's kind of already in effect, because of the tax status, in effect what nonprofits have to do, because nonprofits, if they are a 501c3, they cannot directly electioneer, and they very frequently create a 501c4 arm in order to do so. So they're already doing this.
All right, and then one further question. The language, and for committee members, it's on page 3 of the report you have. They talk about, the decision talked about permitting contributions from a segregated account funded through voluntary contributions, right? So in your bill on line 14, you talk about voluntary contributions solicited. I don't have a dictionary in front of me, and I haven't looked it up. Solicited means that somebody is out asking for it, in my opinion. So at what point does something solicited become non-voluntary, especially in an employment situation? So if your employer comes and says, hey, I have this fund that I've established for, say, PETA, and I'd like you to contribute $5, do you consider that contribution of $5 to still be voluntary?
I mean, you raise a good point, but the bill still is just as strong because it's inclusive of those solicitation, those kind of, I guess, what's the word when you coercion type situations. This would be inclusive of that. So I don't know why this would still be bad. Having said that, if there's better, more specific language that gets around these kinds of legal definitions, I'm happy to work with anyone on this committee to make an amendment, as long as this committee is understanding and supportive of the intent of the bill to treat labor unions and businesses the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Reed, taking my question. Are you aware that there is a very explicit definition for business organization? It's 664, colon 216, that defines business organization, and it defines it as a for-profit.
Oh, so it is
business.
for-profit. Okay.
So there is, it is explicitly defined.
Oh, okay. But I was not aware, and I said that I didn't have the legal expertise to know that, but that was my suspicion, and thank you for confirming my suspicion. But again, nonprofits already are under, because of federal tax law, are already behaving like this. 501c3s cannot politically electioneer. So they have to create a PAC arm in order to do that, and many, many, many do.
And Representative Groen gets the gold star because he remembered to bring the new book of election laws with him, which I carefully took out of my bag and did not put back in.
He represents my committee member goals right now.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative. I guess are you aware that there are many different kinds of nonprofits, not just 501c3s? There's probably 15 or 16, so okay. So when you talk about a nonprofit, may I have a follow-up?
No, go ahead.
When you talk about a nonprofit, are you talking about just 501c3s or all the other kinds as well?
Thank you for the question, Representative Lane. So no, but the bill doesn't talk to nonprofits. The question that originally brought up the question of nonprofits was, does business organization include nonprofits? And we've just been educated by Representative Groen that in fact it does not, so there's really no point in bringing that up. Having said that, my understanding is there are many different types of nonprofits, but when they pay taxes, if they are doing political contributions, they have to pay taxes. They can't be a certain category of nonprofit and still do electioneering. So they end up doing this anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, sorry. Further questions from the committee? Representative Groen, I see your mic is on. Do you have a further question?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. I actually think I see the red light better than hands. There you go. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Representative Reed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Representative Reed is the only person I have signed up to speak to the bill we're currently holding a public hearing on. That is HB 1326. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak to 1326? Representative Tarosian has gotten up to get me the blue sheet. Thank you very much. There has been remote sign up. Just as a reminder, you can sign up with the position on a bill online. The sign up closes either at midnight or early the morning of the public hearing. Signed up online, I have 59 in favor, 1 opposed, and we have 1 person signed up opposed. So with that, not seeing any hands, this concludes the public hearing on HB 1326, and our next hearing will be at 10:30, so we are in recess for 15 minutes. A continued good morning to everybody. It is time for our 10:30 hearing with the House Election Law Committee. House Bill 1394 has been scheduled for 10:30, and this bill is relative to the reporting of certain campaign contributions and relative to political contributions made by limited liabilities. The prime sponsor of the bill, Representative LaBranch, joins us this morning to introduce the bill. Welcome back to election, Representative LaBranch. Sorry.
Hello, members of the Election Law Committee. My name is Representative Tony LaBranch, and I represent the town of Amherst. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1394, which would tighten New Hampshire's campaign finance laws. And before I get into it, I would like to say that I do not want to appear as wasting the committee's time, but a recent news story broke about my departure from the Democratic Party, and that might have derailed my plans today for this hearing. I had expected more people to show up, but I believe that news story might have interfered with that plan. So I've kept my remarks very brief.
Thank you, Representative LaBranch. Before you continue, and my apologies, I meant to say this before you started. Committee members, you do have research done by Christina Dyer, dated January 17th on HB 1394. So just so everybody is aware. All right, sorry about that interruption. Go on.
This bill does two things. The first section of the bill would add an additional requirement to all organizations that donate within the state of New Hampshire to disclose where their donors are from and who their donors are. This is in an effort to limit the influence of dark money being spent in New Hampshire elections. And then the second part is a bill that I believe this committee has seen very often, is to close the existing LLC loophole, which allows for certain individuals to donate above the current maximum donation limits. That is the introduction I had planned for today. I had expected more people to come testify behind me. And I will take any questions, although I would like to keep it brief as I have to go to Amherst Town Hall to change my party affiliation. Thank you.
Questions for Representative LaBranch? Representative LaBranch, I have a question. I thought you said there were two parts, but when I read this, if you could maybe just be a little clearer for me, I read this as being, as you said, something this committee has heard before, that it's an allocation of the contribution to members, right?
I am pulling up the bill at the moment.
See, this is where, as an old person, I get to gloat and say paper is quicker.
That's something I can agree with.
I mean, committee members, if you're reading it, this is looking a lot like other bills we've had on this statute, and I think it goes to the allocation of the contribution, and I thought I heard Representative LaBranch say two purposes. So I'm a little confused, so I'm just looking for clarification. Representative
Yep.
Lane, or Representative LaBranch, if you want to address it, and then maybe Representative Lane.
Yep, the first new section, political expenditures and contributions, additional reporting requirements, that was the original text of the bill. It was from a constituent of mine who works for the organization The People. And in talking to fellow members of this chamber, they would like to add that LLC loophole. I agreed, and that is
Okay, all
what
right.
happened. Yep.
Thank you. That was my poor reading of the bill and focus on the highlight, to be quite honest. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative, could you talk a little bit about what the purpose of this legislation is? I mean, maybe you said it and I missed it, and we have seen this bill before, but not everybody was on this committee the last time we saw it.
So the first section of the bill, thank you for the question, by the way. The first section of the bill, as I stated, was to require that all organizations within New Hampshire that make donations in the state, so this can be political advocacy organizations and mostly out-of-state organizations, because I know that organizations within the state already have to disclose where their donors are coming from. To the second part of the bill about the LLC loophole, currently individuals who are part of LLCs can donate on behalf of those LLCs, and it is a technical loophole that they could donate more than the individual limit in New Hampshire. I remember last election, I believe it was 1,000 for the primary, 1,000 for the general, if I recall correctly. I believe that's changed since then. But because of this LLC loophole, they can donate above that, that limit.
Further questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Representative LaBranche. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Brian Beal from Open Democracy, and members, you have written testimony from Brian Beal. Welcome, Mr. Beal.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Just a correction, I'm representing Open Democracy Action today.
Oh, sorry.
Chairwoman. Record, my name is Brian Beal. I'm Deputy Director of Open Democracy Action, a pro-voter, nonpartisan nonprofit focused on the influence of money in politics, the freedom to vote, and fair and competitive voting districts, and we're based in Concord. I'm here to speak in support of HB 1394, requiring limited liability corporations to be added to the types of groups required to disclose their donors or investors when making a political contribution of $1,000 or more. I testified last year on a similar LLC loophole, LLC disclosure bill. I outlined how I had painstakingly traced the owners of LLCs contributing to campaigns from June to December 2019. Some of those LLCs were businesses making a small contribution, but some of these LLCs allowed 6 families to make more political contributions than the individual 2019 maximum of $7,000, totaling $147,000 in that 6-month period. The consensus of the committee, however, was that it was too hard for the Secretary of State's office, the entity which issues corporate and LLC certificates in New Hampshire, to enforce such a disclosure. It's true that limited liability corporations perform a number of necessary business functions. However, as money and politics watchdog Open Secrets notes, their unique structure may be easily abused or used in order to hide less than above board activities. But in politics, LLCs are sometimes established to help disguise the identity of a donor or source of money spent on behalf of a political candidate. I might add that we've seen a lot of donations or LLCs involved in issue campaigns as well. LLCs join 501c3, 501c4, 501c6, and other kinds of organizations as types of dark money. Open Secrets puts dark money spending on which LLCs are a part at an estimated $750 million in 2020. Of that, $121 million was spent on online ads, $167 million on television ads, and $420 million in contributions to campaigns. It's important to note that liberal-leaning donors outspent conservative donors using dark money by a substantial margin. One more ray of sunshine for you. Out-of-state campaign donors and even foreign campaign donors could be bankrolling candidates ads and candidates right here in New Hampshire, and you would have no idea. You'd only have the name of the LLC which gave the money, unless you really dig in. As I said, it's a very painstaking process. Some good news for a change that would matter to this committee. Citizens for Responsible Ethics in Washington, also known as CREW, recently noted that a revamped FEC commission has finally started to crack down on dark money groups using LLCs for violating federal finance, campaign finance rules. Several of these groups could be the best disinfectant. Should HB 1394's amendment to our current rules be approved, it would be a good first step in accountability to shut off this dark money practice in New Hampshire that both liberal and conservative funders have been exploiting to the detriment of we, the voters. For those of you who are concerned about election integrity, I've also submitted a report from Issue 1 called Mystery Money, how a loophole could allow foreign money to flow into super PACs through secretive shell companies, detailing how LLCs are used to keep regulators and the public from knowing who is influencing our elections. Yes, that's federal elections, but the same practice is happening on the state level as well. I ask that you vote ought to pass on HB 1394, and please do this quickly before the next election. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I've added and have sent to you electronically this report, which also has all of my links if you'd like to follow up with the extensive research. Are there any questions I can answer?
Questions from the committee? I have a question.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you for taking it. This bill, no, I have a question. I know that you're familiar with the bill, and some of the previous members are familiar with the concept that we're talking about.
Sure.
But this particular bill as drafted, and I don't know that you have it, I mean, you're focused on the LLC contribution and attributing it to the members, right? I mean, that's sort of the
Correct.
sunshine that you're talking about. And we know that the past dialogue has been Secretary of State's office doesn't keep track of member information, so the ability to do that requires an individual such as yourself to dig through the records to figure it out. But this bill also has an additional say as to that provision, because this seems to be different than those provisions relating specifically to the LLC.
My understanding was that it would add LLCs into the list of groups that were required to report. And then what you were discussing earlier, the disclosing any donors within that LLC that they have to disclose the percentage of ownership in that LLC.
Okay, I'm not, my reading of it, I'm, Connie, Representative Lane.
Which one am I?
I don't know, we'll all decide at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Are there, the Secretary, are you aware of states where they are disclosing the members when they form the LLC? Are there states that do that? Because I know in New Hampshire we do not.
It is my understanding that we don't disclose LLC ownership. The report that I gave you from issue 1 kind of talks about the process that they go through when they identify who is involved. Usually it's tracking back to specific addresses. You know, the onus really here is that we put this in place, those organizations are required to do it. It does mean that the oversight is very difficult, but we would be a whole lot better off just by requiring this up front, as opposed to trying to track it all back on the back end after an ad has been run. And you know, so we want to make it clear that you need to do this disclosure if you're going to do political activity. How that gets communicated, I'm not clear on, you know, other than putting it in the campaign finance statutes overseen by the Secretary of State's office. But at least we would have something on the books that would kind of put a shot across the bow for these organizations. Because 28 LLCs representing those 6 organizations. And it took me 2 days to get that and process that information. So knowing that information upfront and forcing these organizations to declare this information would put us way ahead of where we are now. That answer, I kind of gave you a roundabout answer, but
Well, may I
Follow
follow up? May I follow up?
Yeah, follow up.
So my question was, are you aware of other states that do this? So I know what New Hampshire requires, but are there other states that do require the disclosure of these LLC members so that it is easier in those states to be more transparent?
I understand. New York is an example that comes to mind. I don't know what the status of their LLC loophole bill is. It was 2017, 2018. It was before the New York Assembly. And they have a very extensive LLC loophole law. Now, whether they disclose LLC members before political activity, I'm not clear about that. But I know that they are working very hard in New York to try and get LLCs to disclose when there is political activity.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you.
All right.
Now,
Thank you.
okay. Is there anybody else here who wants to speak to 1394? I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to close the public hearing on 1394. There was remote sign up for a position on this bill. 53 parties signed up in support and 1 signed up opposed, and Representative Terosian is bringing over the blue sheet, which is the sign up for today. Thank you, Representative Terosian, and 2 people have signed up for it, 1 in favor and 1 opposed. I'm going to close the public hearing on 1394 and open the public hearing on 1423 FNA. This is also related to campaign contributions and expenditures and making an appropriation for that. And I'm going to recognize Representative Marjorie Porter as the prime sponsor to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. It's good to be back here. For the record, my name is Marjorie Porter, and I represent Hillsborough District 1 and the good people of Antrim, Hillsborough, and Windsor. And I'm here today to introduce HB 1423 relative to campaign contributions and expenditures and making an appropriation therefore. The bill sets up a system for public funding of elections in New Hampshire, a voluntary system. I filed this bill at the request of a constituent who is here today to testify, and on behalf of Open Democracy, it's a nonprofit which has been steadfastly working on this issue, and indeed this piece of legislation, for years. Faith in government and the democratic system is at a low ebb. Citizens look at the huge amount of money spent on political campaigns, so much of it coming from special interests, and conclude, not incorrectly, that the political playing field is heavily tilted against them. And when people feel powerless, they disengage, and democracy loses its driving force. The problem is especially acute at the federal level, but New Hampshire is not immune. According to recent polls, the citizens of New Hampshire are increasingly concerned with the influence of big money and out-of-state interests are having on elections in our state. Indeed, the poll referenced in the bill showed 80% of those questions, Republicans, Democrats, and undeclareds, believe special interests have more influence than they, the voters, do. They want things to change. Polls also show wide support for a system of public funding for elections as a means of bringing about this change. For almost 2 decades now, there have been public funding bills, study committees, a bipartisan commission, and a blue ribbon task force, all seeking a way to make this happen in the Granite State. Despite these efforts, no statewide system of public funding is in existence. Knowing that lasting success requires bipartisan buy-in, in July of 2018, a public financing working group was convened. 6 legislators, 2 senators, and 4 representatives, half Democrats and half Republicans. Madam Chair, I believe that you were a member of this working group. Their charge was to craft a public financing bill that would have broad appeal among members of both parties. HB 1423 is the result. The bill itself is lengthy and detailed and sets up a well-thought-out process for making sure there is fairness, accountability, and transparency. But the basics are these. Participation in the public funding system is entirely voluntary, and it does not replace what we have now. Qualifying candidates for governor and executive council are eligible to receive voter dollars, and if they win their primary contest, additional grants. In election years, registered voters receive 4 certificates worth 25 voter dollars each that they may contribute to participating candidates of their choice. The voter dollar approach is truly transformational, incentivizing candidates to seek contributions from a broad swath of the electorate and incentivizing everyday citizens to identify candidates who deserve their support. And for me, this is one of the most compelling reasons to move this bill forward. Places that are using a similar system are finding increased engagement of citizens in their processes, and that's a good thing. New Hampshire's very late primary makes it difficult for candidates to raise enough money for the general election from small donations alone. Grants for primary winners solve that problem. To become eligible for voter dollars, candidates need to first show that they can generate enough public support to mount a viable campaign, and they do this by collecting small contributions from a number of people. Executive council candidates must collect at least 500 private contributions of $5 to up to $125. A gubernatorial candidate must collect 2,500 contributions of $5 to up to $250. Qualifying contributions must come from registered voters residing within a candidate's district. This would apply to the Executive Council. In addition, the candidate must publicly disavow independent expenditures, funds spent by outside groups or individuals on the candidate's behalf. Participating candidates must agree not to accept aggregate private contributions from any one donor for greater than $125 for the council and $250 for the governor for the primary, and similar amounts for the general. No more than 10% of private contribution totals may come from out-of-state sources. And candidates may not accept contributions from businesses, unions, and lobbyists. There are also strict limits on the use of personal funds and funds carried over from previous campaigns. The appropriation we are asking for is $1 to set up the fund now. The bill details sources for additional funding. I believe that passing HB 1423 will give Granite Staters a stronger voice in government and limit the influence of wealthy special interests. It will return ownership of our government to New Hampshire's people and rein in the ability of wealthy special interests to buy influence in our democracy. And it will make candidates and elected officials listen to the will of the people. I urge you to vote to pass for HB 1423. I'll be glad to walk you through the various sections of the bill if that would help and give you brief details of it. And I will try to answer any questions you might have, but there are folks testifying behind me who know the details of this bill because they have worked with it for years. So I'm sure will be able to give you better answers than I can on some of them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. And so you know, the committee is in possession of research that was done with the prior legislation on it, so.
Yes. And I understand there
And you
might be.
sent an email also on it.
Yes, and I understand there might be an error in that information. I'm not sure though where it is. I just heard that, so that might be something you want to check.
All right, Representative Muirhead is indicating something. Did you have a clarification to that comment by Representative Porter?
And if I testify a little later, I can
Okay, you're going to
correct that
testify
if
on
you'd
it,
like.
okay.
Yep.
All right, so I do have a number of people signed up for this, including Representative Muirhead. So is there anybody here, committee members, who have a question for Representative Porter? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you.
I'm sort of want to make sure that I do this in an order that might help educate the committee in the best manner. Representative Guthrie, did you want to speak to this bill? Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, I'm Representative Joe Guthrie. I represent Rockingham 13, which is Hampstead and Kingston, at least it is for this term. And I'll only take a short time. I came in and sit down. But I did agree to be a co-sponsor for this bill because I really do believe big money is in our elections. It's just the way it is. They're not going to be able to do anything about it unless you take hold of the problem and solve it. I know this, as Representative Porter said, there's been a lot of work done in this area. The 664A is a public financing of elections, and for some people, the heading scares us because it's in the details. And I suggest to you that this is a very comprehensive bill. It's very detailed. And I hope it's at least a working document. There might be some amendments that you might want to put in, but I ask you to take this serious, and it is a big problem, and we have to get big money out of our elections. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Guthrie. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming. Also signed up to speak in favor of this bill, Olivia Zink. Olivia, do you want to go? Because you probably have a pretty good idea. I'm trying to find somebody who has sort of maybe more of the mechanics. Thanks. Okay. And Joe Magruder, is Joe testifying?
No, there's 10 testimony in that, including mine.
Okay, so I'm
people who
gonna
are
pass
not
this
there,
out. Okay.
are not able to make it, except for, I think there is one testimony who did make it.
Okay.
Here. So
All
good
right,
morning.
welcome.
Chairman Griffin and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink. I live in the city of Franklin, and I am the executive director of Open Democracy Action, which has 36,000 members throughout the state. And I'm here to testify in support reduce the influence of big money. And increase the voters' confidence in our elections. And this bill is voluntary. This bill, you would raise targeted small contributions. As Representative Porter stated, there's qualifying contributions. Those thresholds are high so that going out and talking to 2,500 voters for governor and getting at least a $5 check from them in order to qualify. I want to start also by talking, using a quote from former New Hampshire Senator Warren Rudman. He says, "I challenge my party to return to its roots and take up Teddy Roosevelt's challenge from more than a century ago by enacting the only real lasting solution to our current campaign finance system, known as citizen-funded elections. Citizen-funded elections and public financing of elections are also kind of heard two words that mean the same thing. When we look at how many other states have some sort of public financing, 24 other states have some sort of public financing. 5 states, Maine, Connecticut, Hawaii, Minnesota, and Arizona, have full public financing of candidates. In other states, it's either a county level office or a municipal level office. Public funding works, and has proven to work, to reduce the cost of running for office, to reduce the amount of time candidates spend fundraising, and increase the amount of time candidates spend talking to constituents and learning about issues. It increases the quality and an equal opportunity in our political system. It also encourages more competition. It reduces the influence of special interests and out-of-state special interests. And it also recognizes that quality legislators might not be good fundraisers. One of the things that this bill does is it complies with all federal and constitutional requirements and upholds Supreme Court challenges to these systems. The main public financing system allows bold bipartisan legislation by the public and reduces industry's objections. That's a quote from Maine House Speaker Hannah Pingree. Also, I have a quote from Janet Napoli, former governor of Arizona, which I won't read in full, it's in my written testimony, but it basically, to summarize, means that you can vote your conscience and you don't have to vote what industry wants you to. This bill has been introduced before, was first introduced in 2000, and narrowly passed. It has been studied 2 times with a formal commission or task force, and studied extensively informally. And I, in my testimony, list a lot of the other pieces of legislation you have seen before. And I'm happy to take any questions or go through the mechanics of the bill.
Questions? Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Zink, for taking my question. Does this bill do anything to prevent candidates from continuing to fund their campaigns under traditional methods, taking money from donors as we currently do?
No.
So how then, follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
How then will this reduce the impact of what would be termed dark money or private funding of elections?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And so just to understand, these systems are 100% voluntary. It basically puts a parallel system in place. So you can either choose the old method of raising private contributions, unlimited, or with from whatever in others, and this is how it works across the country. And other states that have these systems, Maine, for example, has a 65% of candidates opt into this. Connecticut has seen 74% of candidates opt in. As these systems are in place, more candidates are opting for this system of both parties. And both parties, when they opt into this system, have won elections using these types of systems in other states. But if you want to use the current system, that's your choice as a candidate.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
In a race such as the governor's race, it's a statewide race. Obviously, it's pretty hard for a governor candidate to do enough door knocking to contact the citizens even within a small state like New Hampshire. So it becomes very, very much a political organization. I mean the organization, the candidates organization to advance the candidate, and a media campaign, which takes a lot of money. Do you have any record from the states that use it, for example, Maine, of the success of the candidates that are using this? Do 50% of those that use it win their elections? Do 10% win their elections? How effective is it in those candidates succeeding in winning their race?
So I would refer you to Anna's testimony from the Maine Citizen for Clean Elections testimony. She does reference the success rates in Maine, and there are reports on those success rates. I do want to just say that I believe deeply that this bill gives candidates enough money to compete. In 2020, Governor Sununu raised $1.4 million for his race and spent that much money in the election. This bill would give gubernatorial candidates $1.4 million to run a competitive race. So I believe deeply. So you have a cap of $420,000 that a candidate can use on the citizen certificates, collecting those from citizens, and then the grant is $1 million. So this is very competitive and is enough money. It might not be the most. I mean, we have seen elections. I think Governor Benson spent $12 million on his elections. It doesn't give you the most money, but it is competitive and enough money to run.
Thank you.
And when you refer to the testimony, that's in the written package that we've
Correct.
received. Other questions from the committee members? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is $60,000 for a contested general election race for executive council. I mean, just by looking at cash on hand of our current counselors, like that seems like a little low to run a competitive race. Like, do you feel that this becomes almost like an incumbent protection plan by, restricting the amount of money that, challengers could raise? I know it's voluntary, but I guess that's my question is, does it become where the incumbent's protected because the challenger has to overcome name ID and other factors before?
Incumbent protection, it actually empowers more candidates to run for office. And the cap on the executive council race in this piece of legislation is actually $144,000. So the $60,000 is the grant, but they can raise up to $84,000 in the certificate part of the bill. So you have to add both of those numbers for the $144,000, and I do think $144,000 is enough to be competitive. Again, not the most an executive council candidate has raised, but enough for you to reach out to a fifth of the state in those races. And I'm happy to share the data and analysis that we had done on previous executive council races, especially to get to that 500 number, which is the number of individual contributions. And prior executive council candidates have gotten to 500 New Hampshire voters to give them contributions. So that's, again, how we sort of designed that. But it also doesn't mean that just anyone can qualify. You have to reach out and have at least 500 people in your district give you at least $5.
Thank you. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking the question, Ms. Zink. When you reference the governor's race, if this were to become law, wouldn't that just create a situation where he would spend more money and potentially people would come back to the taxpayer and want to raise more money? In other words, I could see this spiraling the amount of money spent in campaigns even higher. It was reported prior to the governor getting into the race for Senate that people were talking about that being a $100 million race. So it seems like this has a potential of making that number get even higher on these races. Would you believe that that's a possibility?
So thank you for the question. And I am outraged by how the cost of campaigns have been escalating over the last 20 years. Especially, you referenced a federal race. This only deals with state races. But I think if you look at the data from Maine and Arizona and other states that have these systems, the costs have been more stable. Actually, Maine has had their program since 1996, and they have voted once to increase the thresholds of the grants to increase that There is a slight part of the main bill that increases for inflation a little bit, but state rep races in Maine get $5,000, and they did that in 1996 and has stayed stable in that way. So I think if you actually look at some of the track record of how these systems have worked in other states, it does actually keeping kind of campaign spending with that enough threshold and not escalating out of control.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Zink. And I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to read this, but what about in-kind contributions? Is there a restriction on that, and is that covered?
Yes, so in-kind contributions are covered in the threshold. I believe it's for governor $250 of in-kind, and for executive council it's $125 of in-kind. So if somebody wants to give you $250 worth of pizza, you can accept that. But if they want to give you $300 worth of pizza, that threshold is the same cap as a cash contribution.
May I have a follow-up?
Further question.
What about the organizations that have been mentioned today who come in and perhaps are not connected to the campaign, but will run separate ads or flyers? Is that covered in this, or is that something else that we need to regulate?
So independent expenditures and electioneering communication is outside the scope of this bill, although this bill does say if you qualify to run under the public financing system, you disavow that spending for your candidate. It doesn't prohibit independent expenditures for running for office, but I think if you saw in other states where there's been public disavows of electioneer independent expenditures or PAC money, most of the PACs do respect the candidate's wishes if they say, please do not spend money on my PAC, but there's not a formal, there's nothing that stops that other than the candidate publicly saying, I don't want to have money spent in an independent expenditure way.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just spurred a question. So I'm thinking like, you know, in a primary, and you have independent groups that you don't want them to spend money on your behalf, but maybe a candidate would host a press conference and be like, if you were going to spend money, you would spend it here and in this place. And like technically there's a loophole there about like, yeah, they can publicly disavow it and say, please don't spend money, but it still happens anyways. So how does this prevent that from happening?
Well, thank you for that question. And I do want to sort of think about how these systems, there is a $425 certificate program in the city of Seattle. And in the last municipal election there, Amazon spent over $1 million trying to get candidates elected that supported Amazon's values. It didn't work. This system held up to a gross independent expenditure. So I think when you look at those cases of how this has worked in other states, you have seen that these systems hold up to that kind of, and it's not that Amazon could have spent more money in that case. There was just nothing left to buy. They bought all the TV ads, they bought all the radio ads, they bought all the television ads, and there's just nothing left to buy, one political expert said in one of the news reporters. So I think when you look at the case studies of how this works in other states, it actually really holds up to really big independent expenditure fights. And Maine has independent expenditures. That's part of Maine's culture, and it happens with. But I think in Maine, voters say, I want to vote for a candidate that does not want to take this out of this money. And I think that there is a kind of incentive to say, I want to run clean in Maine, which is why they call their system clean elections. And voters really do respect that kind of declaration that the candidates say, that they want to be accountable. And one of the things, we call this system a voter-owned system. So voters are owning the system, and it's not being funded by out-of-state interests. And I think that that's really important, that citizens feel that there's faith in the process.
Further questions from committee? Thank you for coming. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Linda Bundy.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the House Election Law Committee. My name is Linda Olson Bundy, and I'm from Antrim. Since the 2010 Supreme Court ruling in Citizens United versus FEC, wealthy donors and corporations have exerted undue influence in elections at all levels, from the local through the national. Large amounts of money are contributed to campaigns which often rely on misleading attack ads, rather than participation in relevant political conversations about issues. Politicians in New Hampshire have received large donations from hospitals, insurance groups, pharmaceutical corporations, the energy industry, and communications companies. These corporations do not have to publicly disclose their identities, so that citizens do not know who is supporting and influencing candidates. Such a system directly affects who runs for office and which pieces of legislation are put into law. Candidates of moderate means cannot compete against those funded by deep pockets. The opinions and issues of the wealthy drive the political agenda. Everyday voters hold less weight with candidates. The solution for this situation is to reform the funding of campaigns so that candidates and elected officials are motivated to serve citizens of New Hampshire rather than big businesses. If enacted, HB 1423 would be a first step in such reform. Candidates have to meet certain criteria to be eligible for voter dollars, and registered voters receive 4 $25 certificates that they may assign to the candidates of their choice. Participation by candidates and voters is voluntary. As a result of this reform, engagement between candidates and voters would increase. The number of financially viable candidates would grow, and they would have to work to make voters believe they are the best choice to receive voter dollars. Candidates' focus would turn toward their local constituents instead of toward corporate donors. Of course, funding of this system is an important consideration. The report of the Bipartisan 2008 Commission to study the feasibility of public funding of state election campaigns has a 2-page list of 64 ideas for sources for public funding. Our fellow New England states of Maine and Connecticut have well-established public funding systems for state elections that have been in place for years. In the interest of decreasing the influence of big money and increasing grassroots participation by candidates and voters in our elections, I ask that you support this bill. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Bundy, Olson Bundy? Nice to see you again in an election event. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Mark McLaughlin. Welcome, Mr. McLaughlin.
Hello to all, thanks. My name is Mark McLaughlin. I'm from Northampton, New Hampshire. I'm an independent voter.
Yeah, push the button, sorry.
Is red on or off? There we go. I was thinking red was stop, so it was off. Mark McLaughlin, I'm from North.
A lot of people wish government looked like that. If it was red, they were safe, but no, in this
That's part of the reason I'm here. First of all, I want to thank all of you as representatives. As a voter in New Hampshire, the amount of time and effort as I get a little more involved, feeling the need to get involved as you see more and more what's going on. I really appreciate what you guys, all of you, have done in being participants in this process. I want to register support for 1423, not because I think it's the ideal solution. I'm certainly not for bureaucratic solutions and big processes to solve problems that you would hope didn't come up with something like financing campaigns. But I wouldn't have also thought that A-Rod would make $250 million to play baseball. And I think at some point, as a voter and a citizen, you have to say enough is enough and move something against it. Obviously, I think Citizens United was an important piece of ruling by the Supreme Court and affected. But I also recognize as a reality important and how you fund see candidates, but I think there has to be some pushback on how far this has come. And whether this bill is 100% tight, I think its goals of more fairness, more transparency is important. I think the fact that it is voluntary, I think that was a great question by the rep to my left about, you know, how will this potentially affect it? If it is voluntary, will it work? We don't know, but hopefully it will be some pushback, and there's some evidence that it's worked in other states and in other cities. I particularly think engagement of citizens is important, and part of the reason it's being lost is this thought that big money and other interests are running the show, and there's so little I can do. I think everyone in this room is a testament that you can do something, and hopefully that will do it. I mean, I guess I'm struck by the person on Channel 9 that was a rep from Nashua who said that no one showed up about the redistricting maps for that big area. That shocked me. And this, I think, would start to build more citizen engagement. I don't have the source for this, but from Open Democracy, I think that I was told that 66% of independents, 59% of Republicans, and 71% of Democrats, when polled, would be more likely to vote for a candidate who participated in a public-funded program similar to this. And again, I don't know the details of that, and I'm not sure if that's in Olivia's report, but I think that's significant. Finally, there was a thing that I also saw where there were 2/3 of New Hampshire voters support of public campaigns. Again, I understand reticence about enacting a program. The initial budget ask of $1 just to get it going, I think, is quite reasonable. And like others, I would be willing to give that $1 if that's what it takes. I think that what I really would love to see is campaigns be brought back to the citizens and having their involvement. And I think this is one step that might work. If it didn't, then let's revise it and make it work better. But as it goes right now, I'm not willing to throw up my arms and just say this is how it goes. And that's why I decided to come down here to just express my opinion. And thanks for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Muirhead, I make you take the witness seat.
Oh, okay. Glad to. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleagues on the Election Law Committee for trying to wrap your minds around this bill and this idea. I think it's really cool. I'd want to describe it super briefly and how it would operate. There are basically 3 steps to the bill in operation. The first one would be that candidates would try to qualify by collecting lots of small donations. They have to collect a whole lot of small donations, and small as $5. And once they qualify, then they're able to ask citizens for the $25 certificates, 4 of which are given to every voter in the state. And they're eligible to receive those certificates up to a certain limit. And in the third step of its operation, the winners of primaries would receive a tranche of money immediately from the public financing fund. So candidates for the gubernatorial election would receive $1 million as soon as they won the primary, because the turnaround from the primary to the general election is so short in our current calendar. So those are the 3 steps. Qualify, and you have to really work hard to qualify. A lot of candidates who want to be governor, a lot of people want to be executive counselors would never qualify. You got to get a lot of small donations to qualify. Then once you qualify, you can ask people for those certificates. And the third thing, if you win the primary, you get an extra bunch of money that allows you to immediately run a viable campaign. Of course, as all of you know, the nature of money in elections is such that every extra dollar is extra valuable up to a certain point. And then the utility of each dollar kind of peaks, it flattens out, it diminishes. At a certain point, if you're going to spend $100 million on a Senate campaign, it approaches zero. It probably goes negative. Every extra dollar of expenditure is probably harming your campaign after a while. So this is enough money to get people to the point where they can run viable campaigns. One point I think is worth knowing is that candidates can collect private donations throughout the entire campaign season. There is no limit to that, to the number of donations. There's just a limit to the amount. They can't collect more than a $250 check from any one individual if you're running for governor. But you can do it while you're collecting certificates in the general election. You can keep campaign. Here's the key. 90% of the donations have to come from in-state donors. And that, I think, is the great thing about this bill. Yesterday, somebody called me while I was working, somebody running for governor of another state. Of course, you know, they want my money. I say, you called the wrong guy. I don't have any money. And why are you talking to me? I'm not in your state. You know, you shouldn't be responsive to me. I'm not your constituent. I'll never be your constituent. This is what's wrong with our system, that you're calling people all over the country begging for money. And it's not tuning you in to the voters whom you will represent. I'd love to have you know, a political system where a certain kind of great citizen could realistically aspire to be the governor of the state, where you know, plow driver who's a volunteer firefighter, who served on the select board, who's a coach, who knows their town, and who volunteers for everything and has done so for years and years, who's salt of the earth, who knows their region, who knows this state, can realistically aspire to be the governor of the state. I'd love to see somebody like that be our governor, even though they're not connected to networks of rich lawyers who give, you know, accustomed to writing checks to candidates, and they're not and they haven't made promises to unions, and they just aren't part of the power elite. And I think that this bill would actually make that possible. With Olivia Zink, I've worked through the potential costs of this bill if it were in full operation, and I'm happy to talk about that. I can just briefly point to this, that if there were contested, if lots of people ran in the primaries and lots of people qualified, again, not easy to qualify because you need so many small donations from in-state donors to do that, but if lots of people did it, and if every election, every executive council district and the governors were contested, and 3 people were running for governor, that kind of thing, we see, we've gone line by line by line, $3 to $6 million per campaign season. A lot of money, but that's all the money it takes for voters to own elections. And that's, now this appropriation, this bill just donates $1. The idea being, this idea, I think, to work has to come from both parties. It has to be initiated in a broad bipartisan way. People have to understand it. People have to like the idea. And then the taxpayers will be, and I think their representatives will be okay with funding it. So this bill is about transmitting the idea and about arguing for the underlying concept. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Muirhead, for taking my question. So you went through 3 steps, and I have, you know, getting a better understanding of step 1 and 2 of how they, you know, they have to collect a bunch of small donations, and then the qualified candidate receives the certificates during the campaign, the primary campaign. But after the candidate wins the primary, you said they get a large sum of money, a large lump of money. Where does that large lump of money come from? How is that raised?
It comes from exactly the same fund that finances the $25 certificates. So there's a voter elections fund that's created. This bill only contributes $1 to that fund, which is not sufficient. The bill, and right now, that fund would be funded through fines on people who violate election laws and so forth, donations, and through the $1. But ultimately, it would need a general appropriation.
Yep. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So the funding is not coming from donations from individuals, but ultimately it will come from the state.
That's correct. And those what every voter in the state gets are 4 $25 certificates. They don't have to come up with $100 themselves. Most voters don't have $100 they could give to candidates. So they're getting a certificate that's financed from the voter election fund. i.e. the state, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Has there been any thought of making this a constitutional amendment? And I guess my question is, if this is so popular and widely, wanted by, all parties based on what we just heard, has there been any thought of just turning this into a CACR instead?
So what I just said, and this is my opinion, is that in order to, as I foresee it, for something good, whether it does solicit that kind of broad and deep support from the whole population is a further question. I haven't done the work I think we're trying to convince people of the idea right now and bring that to fruition. I actually don't agree with amending the Constitution every time you have a good idea. So I think I'd be very reluctant to go down that route.
Further questions? Representative Hayward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking the question. I'd like to go back to your assessment about how this would improve the transparency. And in full disclosure, I work in the state of Maine. So with a law similar as has already been described, I would look not at how well that law worked. I would look at various out-of-state monies spent. The senatorial election last time around was, now your diminishing returns aspect. I'm interested in that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The idea, and again, I think it's in fact illegal to say that independent expenditures can't be made. So this bill can't say that, although I think the disavowal function apparently is quite effective. This bill aims to give candidates for the Executive Council and for the governor a sufficient amount of money to run a viable campaign if they can show that they have real support from voters of New Hampshire who in the initial stage are willing to write them a $5 check in large numbers. And so it's not, as I said, meant to give every candidate the maximal amount that they might conceivably spend or wish to have, just enough to have a viable campaign.
Thank you for when you proceeded to make the argument. That at a certain point, a contribution to a candidate has a negative impact. All right, and then signed up to speak on this bill is Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the election members. I'm speaking here to oppose the bill 1423 FNA. I couldn't read the whole details of all this bill, but from the summary of this and from listening to all the previous testimonies, the idea of level the playing field for all the candidates sounds wonderful. And I see a lot of candidates, good candidates out there working hard just to fundraising to do good for the public. And I understand about the gap. And this level playing field also reminded me of the communist system of everybody had to be the same. Now, it's not based on performance, it's based on how we feel that people should be on an equal level. It doesn't matter your level of performance, but it makes me feel good that you're on the same level of playing field, and it's all about the money. And as of right now, this is about the establish a voter-owned election commission to administer the fund. I don't even own my vote right now. That is what I feel like and see for myself after November 3rd, election 2020. I don't even owe my vote because there's no way the whole state of New Hampshire gained Republicans for the whole state, yet we lost the federal. And people complained up to the Attorney General to have, take a look at the New Hampshire elections, and it didn't go through the Attorney General. It had to take SB 43 to get us to have a forensic audit for Windham.
Thank you for your testimony here today, but I'm going to ask you to speak to the bill that we have before us, okay?
Yeah,
We have
so
other
I
bills
oppose this
addressing-
because in here it's talking about the fund. If there's mismanagement of the fund, it goes to the Attorney General. But the Attorney General doesn't do their job. So what do? So we don't need another big problem for the voters to manage and going through all these legal process. That's not gonna work. So, please oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions for Ms. Kelly? I'm seeing none. Thanks.
Thank you.
That is the last pink card I have for people indicating that they are interested in speaking to this bill. Is there anybody here who would like to offer further testimony on House Bill 1423? I'm seeing none. There was an electronic sign up for this bill. 83 persons signed up electronically in support of the bill, 5 signed up in opposition. Thank you, Representative Terosian. For persons who are in attendance today at the State House, we have 2 people signed up in favor of it and 3 signed up against it. With that, that concludes our hearing on 1423. Our next hearing today is HB 1542. HB 1542, the prime sponsor is Representative Abramson. Representative Abramson contacted me this morning that he was not going to be able to make it into the State House today unexpectedly, and I indicated that I would have someone else introduce his bill. So our new official designated bill introducer for when sponsor is not here, Representative Hayward, is now with us to introduce HB 1542. Thank you, Representative Hayward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I'm here as a pinch hitter, not as a designated hitter. So I'm going to introduce HB 1542FN. It's an act relative to documentation required to prove a voter's eligibility to vote. Now, if you look at the analysis part, it's not exactly correct because it's actually concerning provisional ballots and the qualification for provisional ballots. So,
right.
Subject to your questions.
Thank you, Representative Hayward. I have David Scanlon, Secretary of State, also signed up to speak in regards to this bill, HB 1542. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Acting Secretary of State David Scanlon, and I really haven't had the opportunity to address you a little bit since I took the oath of office a little over a week ago. Seems like a month, but things are going smoothly, and I look forward to working with you. You should all know that Bill Gardner is in good health. He's enjoying some time off, and I expect that he will be around, so he hasn't gone too far away, and I think that's a good thing. Before I get started, I would like to introduce some of the staff that we have. I think it's a good idea that we start involving more people in our department that have expertise in elections, get them used to the legislative process, testifying and also being available to answer your questions and being a resource. So I think you've already seen Tricia Pietzu, who is our elections director, former city clerk of Nashua, and next to her is Katie Gargano, working closely with Tricia in the HAVA office, former city clerk of the town of Franklin. And then also sitting behind me is Patty Lovejoy, who many of you know as a former legislator. We're bringing Patty on as the part-time senior deputy secretary of state, filling the position that Bob Ambrose had earlier. Patty has a lot of experience doing recounts, did a fantastic job in that area, served on the finance committee when she was in the House, and has a background in accounting, which I think that we will find very helpful in the department. So they're all available to you if the need arises, and of course I am as well. Just come over and see me or call me anytime. On House Bill 1542, we oppose the bill as written. The Constitution, our state Constitution, is clear that ballots have to be counted, that are cast have to be counted on the day of the election. And we also have an exemption from the National Voter Registration Act because we have same-day voter registration. That exemption allows us currently not to have to engage in provisional ballots, which other states that are subject to the National Voter Registration Act have to have. I think the general tenor of the bill, trying to create checks and balances in the process to make sure that voters are adequately qualified, is certainly a fair discussion to have. However, this particular bill has some pretty significant problems that I think would land us in court very quickly, and I think it would be very difficult to defend some of the provisions that are in here. And just to give you some examples, in Section 3 of the bill, Section 2 of the bill, there's a provision in the statute currently that allows for a voter to be recognized by firsthand knowledge by an election official in the polling place as to their identity. And that recognition is the same as the person having a valid form of ID to accept the ballot. The language in this bill would allow, and there is currently a provision in the statute that allows any other voter in the polling place to challenge a voter who's recognized by an election official, and that voter can proceed to vote if they fill out a challenged voter affidavit. This provision would require that a voter who is challenged by being recognized by an election official would automatically then have to fill out a provisional ballot. That could create a situation where a voter could simply hang out in the polling place and wait for voters obtaining their ballot being recognized to simply challenge them and forcing a provisional ballot on that person. The person would then have to go home and get their credentials and then come back to the polling place. In Section 4, let's see, here's Section 4. Section 4 of the bill actually deals with a provision that allows a voter to go into the town clerk's office prior to the day of the election to request an absentee ballot. And in the process of requesting the absentee ballot, they can either present their qualifications, their driver's license or whatever, to prove their identity, or sign a challenged voter affidavit to have their ballot automatically verified on the day of the election. It's a process, the absentee voting process is generally different than voting by official ballot on the day of the election. The qualifications are different. You know, a voter who's on the checklist can make application to the clerk and receive their absentee ballot and vote on it. It can be challenged on the day of the election when the ballots are being processed. But this would require, it would offer as an alternative a voter to cast a provisional ballot prior to the election when they're doing that in the clerk's office. It raises another issue related to is it appropriate for a provisional ballot to be offered to a voter prior to election day? That's not clear in the statute. And my sense is that provisional ballots are something that should be offered on the day of the election if a voter cannot or is unable to fill out just a regular official ballot. And then there are provisions further down in section 6. Roman numeral 2 would require that a unique identifier be placed on a provisional ballot. That could be problematic in how it's done. And then Roman numeral 6 is a requirement that any voter who votes by a provisional ballot would be required to come back before the polls close with their identification in order to be able to have their vote counted. And that may not be enough time, and I suspect that the courts would have a real problem with that. Currently, those states that engage in provisional ballots issue them on the day of the election, and the voter has a period of time after the election to be able to show their qualifications or be verified by election officials to have their vote count. I'll stop there, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Secretary Scanlon. It does make it a little more problematic when the sponsor's not here, so we don't have the entire intent. Any questions from committee members for Secretary Scanlon on HB 1542? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. Yeah, I'm speaking to support Bill 1542 FN. I've been to a lot of elections and recounts and audit, and I see that many recounts, they have a very small margin between the winner and the loser. So this bill is important to determine if those votes that casted that day was real or not. Because from my understanding is that the follow-up to make sure that those paperwork affidavit that people sign that they could go to jail if they lie and all that are not being enforced. So, and the election officials are not allowed to do anything about that. So people can just show up without paperwork and just promise something and sign and no one follow up on it. It's like you buy with no teeth. And those margins of the winning and the losing is very critical to the voice of freedom and rights, and so many constitutional rights of the whole state of New Hampshire. So I hear that Mr. Scanlon was saying earlier about it's conflicting with that same-day registration. It's there, and from what I hear on the ground a lot is that we should get rid of that same-day registration. That is a big problem in our state. The college students from all over the places, they just sign in
Ms.
and
Kelly,
vote.
Thank you, I understand that, but if you could stick to 1542, that would be great.
Yes, so please support this bill. And, so we need to check and make sure that people are qualified to vote. When you go to the bank and you want to take out your money, you have to show your ID. You go to vote, you want to take away my freedom, you need to show ID too, with your vote, not with just a promise. So thank you so much. Please support this bill.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill. Sorry, does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thanks. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Rusan Chester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members. I am here in support of this bill. I sure you folks have heard plenty about how many people in the state of New Hampshire are concerned with our voting rights and what's been going on during elections. I'm going to speak a little more personally today with regards to what I saw occurring in my hometown. What I saw occurring in my hometown is that the same-day registration was a line. I took 18 different people. I volunteered to pick up people and take them in to vote. During those 18, well, I had 19 trips because I voted by myself before that. So during that 19 trips, the line for same-day registration and for not having appropriate voter ID was longer than any of the lines to just get your ballot to vote. That's a problem. We have one voting place where in my town. I saw more than 25% in every occasion. I went around that parking lot and I took a count on how many out-of-state cars that I saw at my polling place, and at no point was it lower than 25%. The last issue was I saw on more than one of my 19 trips black Sprinter vans with multiple people getting out of them, going into my polling place, and signing up for same-day voter registration. The fact that our laws, our voting laws, are so loosey-goosey is a shambles. This will provide to tighten it up a little bit more. It may not be as tight as it should be, but the bottom line is the right to vote should be, it's a right, but with that comes responsibilities. And the fact that we allow people to just manage this privilege and this right the way we do is a travesty. So that being said, I hope you will really look at this as well as some of the other election voting bills that are before you, and I hope that you can support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony, and I believe your town is Bedford, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, because you referenced it a couple of times.
That's
so
correct.
just for
And
the
I
record.
did, and for the record, I did bring my concerns to the attention. There were other concerns as well, but it didn't relate to this bill, so I'm not speaking on it. But I did bring it to the attention of my town as well as the New Hampshire GOP, and it was fell on deaf ears.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you contact the Attorney General's office?
I did.
And did you follow up? Did you receive a response?
I received a response saying that my response had been received and it would be reviewed. That's all I ever received.
They are full of lawyers over there. There you go. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
That is the last pink card I have on HB 1542. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak to HB 1542? I'm not seeing anybody, and Representative Terosian has gone to bring me the sign up for positions on 1542 today. There was a lineup, electronic sign up. I don't know where I got lineup. Electronic sign up. We had 11 people sign up in support of this bill, 119 sign electronically in opposition to the bill. One person online was neutral, and here in the Legislative Office building today, signing up on the blue sheet, we have 4 people signed up in favor of the bill. That concludes the public hearing on HB 1542. It is noon. The committee is now on lunch recess until 1 o'clock, when we will take up HB 1010. Thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the afternoon session of the New Hampshire House Election Law Committee. We are conducting public hearings today. The first public hearing scheduled for the afternoon at 1 o'clock, and I'm okay by that clock, I think, is HB 1010, requiring municipal voter history to be made accessible in the statewide centralized voter registration database. The primary sponsor is Representative Sweeney, who is unavailable today. Here to introduce the bill is Representative Berry. Welcome, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Once again, I am the new Representative Sweeney, smarter, better looking. I have to, the bill that I introduced from Representative Sweeney this morning, I misspoke on. When I said that the language is in the wrong section, I was actually referring to this bill, 110. What this bill does is it fixes a unintentional loophole where the municipal voter history is not included in the statewide file that's available for purchase for certain entities in the state. It is entirely that as a housekeeping bill. We will have, and by we I mean him because I'm not on the bill, there will be an amendment that comes forward that moves us, I believe, to Section 4 of this RSA to address the issue of it being in the wrong section. But the intent, I think we can still have a good hearing on the intent and the purpose, but that legislative oversight on his end, I will not take credit for his mistake, is already been notified and already been addressed. And I think actually the Secretary of State's office flagged it for us, so hat tip to them.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Berry? Representative Groen.
Representative Berry, your earlier comments about being smarter and better looking, is that an opinion or a research fact?
I would say it's, I believe the office, the research office did confirm that.
No further questions, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions for Representative Berry? Is there anybody here from the Secretary of State's office who's going to take a position on the addition of this information? Okay. Which means, of course, she knows she's going to go get a pink card. You already did your pink card. Any other questions for Representative Berry? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Berry. So just looking at the fiscal note on this, it says that it's a, maybe there isn't one on this one, never mind. Maybe I got ahead of myself on another bill.
Correct. There shouldn't be a fiscal note on this because the information is already in the statewide database. My understanding is that it is, so it's just a matter of making it available.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Berry? Seeing none, thank you. All right, Tricia, welcome. Just pass that along, members. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Election Law Committee. My name is Tricia Piezzo. I'm with the Secretary of State's office. Currently, relative to House Bill 1010 and the amendment that's going to be forthcoming, as Representative Berry noted, currently certain entities like the state parties, those individuals that are filing for office, can obtain from us election history from the Secretary of State plus the voter list of registered voters. But the way that the law currently reads is that they are only allowed to receive the past 2 years' state elections. What this would only modify is to include in all the municipal elections that currently the cities and towns currently enter the history into the system. So it would just be an addition to, in lieu of just giving them a state history of all those that have voted in the past 2 years, it would also provide them the municipal history now. Some municipal history would be a 2-year period because you have towns that have local elections every year. You have a couple cities that do have elections each year as well, but most cities have it biennial. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Questions from the committee? I have a question. There was a comment made about the fiscal note. There is a fiscal note to do some initial programming changes, but is that your understanding of what it would be limited to, the actual providing of the information and how it's done is currently in place?
That is correct.
Okay. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the question. Yes, there is a fiscal note, as the chair indicated, which looks like it's a Haver funded item. So does that mean federal money will pay for that? There's a grant for that?
It's a possibility. It depends with our vendor that we currently have. If they were to, we have so many hours of free service for them for a year, so if we could put it within that, it would be within that if we don't have any other ongoing projects. Otherwise than that, it would be through our Help America Vote Act funds.
Follow-up, Representative Teresa.
So in either event, there would be no additional cost to New Hampshire taxpayer then, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Is there anybody else here who'd like to speak on HB 1010? I'm not seeing anybody, and I don't have any other pink cards, so if I can have the blue sheet for that. We did have remote testimony in support or against on this bill. 6 people signed in remotely, 5 signed in support of it, and 1 person signed in opposition. And here today in the Legislative Office Building, registering an opinion but not speaking, we had 3 people sign up, and they were all in favor. That concludes the hearing on HB 1010. Our next hearing is 1442, and that is scheduled for 1:30, so the committee is in recess for 15 minutes. Okay, it is 1:30, sort of, here in the Election Law Committee, New Hampshire House. It is January 19th, and scheduled for hearing at 1:30 is HB 1442. This is relative to access to election and voter information, and the prime sponsor is with us here today. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. So my name is Representative Manny Espitia. I'll be speaking on HB 1442. Now, the original version of the bill, what you have in front of you, is that bill specifically talks about voter checklists. I have brought to you an amendment, an unapproved amendment, and this amendment would replace the bill and actually be more towards what the intent of my bill was, which is basically providing information for election instructions and ballots to be printed in up to 3 different languages, including English. What would trigger that is if a district had a population of people that spoke more than 3%, if 3% of the people in that district spoke a different language. So if you, for example, in a city like Nashua, where the second highest language spoken is Spanish, and about 9% of residents in Nashua speak Spanish, this would then trigger that. It would trigger the clerk to reach out to the Secretary of State to let them know if that information be provided in that language, Spanish right now. So this is, I think our communities are changing. Our state is becoming much more diverse, with racially and ethnically diverse. We have people who are coming in with, speaking different languages. And so we want to make sure that they have the right access to election materials. And I will say, while it would be good, everyone speak English, I think back to not just my own, but many people who I've grown up with, who are friends to me, who've told me, they've been translators when they were 10 years old for their parents at medical appointments. They are citizens, but they still don't have the maximum proficiency of the language. So, one of the highest honors we get to do as American citizens is we get the chance to vote. And while, 10-year-old Manny would have loved to have followed his parents into the voting booth and told them, all right, this means circle 1 box here, or fill in 1 block here. I think having that information in their native language would go a long way to making sure that, we provide that everybody gets a chance to vote, and that language isn't a barrier for them. So I'm hoping that y'all take a serious look at the amendment, which is 2022-0160H. It's been handed out to you, and I'm hoping that y'all are able to pass the amendment so that it would be attached to the bill. Otherwise, the bill on its own is, you'll probably replace headers and change those into different languages, but it's not as, so the amendment really is kind of the important part of the bill. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that the committee has.
Questions from committee members. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just procedurally, am I allowed to ask questions about the amendment, even though it hasn't?
Yes, I'm going to allow questions. I am going to support sponsors who bring in amendments that are relevant to the bill for the initial public hearing, even though I understand it has not been noticed, because I think it makes it easier for the public, and this, in fact, is sort of a major change. It would make no sense to be asking questions about the original bill, and I will also assume that I will have a committee member that is willing to introduce the amendment at the executive session on this, and so those are the assumptions I'm making when we go forward on that. So, yes, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. So I have 2 questions, if that's okay. My first question is, I was a Spanish major. I speak Spanish, but Spanish isn't my primary language. So I'm looking at the amendment, and there's nothing in here that says that if 3% or more, it's their primary language. or if it's just 3% speak that language. So can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, we would determine it through the census, and looking at census data, they gather that information of like primary languages spoken. So I think we would, I would base this on census information, which we just finished the 2020 census, so we should have that information.
Okay. And then my follow-up is, I'm looking at the language, and there's nothing in here that says the ballot or voter checklist has to be in English, must be in English.
That the voter checklist has to be in it?
The language changes here. If the 3 languages in a municipality, the top 3 are not English,
Oh, yeah.
what would happen with this legislation? Like,
I mean,
does it always have to be in English? Like, at least,
That's a good question.
I'm just being forward.
No. It's just funny because I think
Really forward-looking.
Yeah, I think like back in the day, like I think you would have made a really good argument for like having the ballot in French, for example, because we did have a strong French Canadian background. I think it's waned out unfortunately, and I appreciate their contributions to our great state. But that is, I think that is a valid question. I think I don't foresee that happening in the next decade or even century, but I'm hoping. That's why it says includes English. So, but I don't think that'll be an issue. But could be wrong.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Hayward.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking the question. Headers, directions, those appear to be fairly simple to execute. But warrant articles and charter, city charter sorts of things that, how do you feel that that'll be approached?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I believe that we can find information to have it translated. There are professional translators out there who we can seek out. I don't think it would be a high cost. And I think, that would be something that would get triggered if there was a population that's 3% or more. So, if there isn't, then there's no need to worry about that. But if there is, I think, that's why we try to do it 90 days before the election. So we try to give ourselves some time so that we can find the right translators and make sure that it gets done in a timely fashion. So.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Barry.
So would you be open to an amendment about this, because we talked about primary languages, but there's many, I grew up in Houston, which it was actually the most diverse city in the country. A lot of people don't know that. Obviously with a large Hispanic population. It doesn't say in here, it says primary language, but there's depends on people that are bilingual. Will we be counting people that are bilingual in this, or is it just any language other than English? Because it could be, you see what I'm saying? It could be unnecessary if someone speaks English and Spanish.
Right.
We'd be counting them, I think, right? Currently, when they're not, they wouldn't necessarily need to be counted because they speak English.
Right. So, I think we're looking at the primary language. And like I said, that number of 9% of Spanish speakers is primary language in Nashua, which is a high number. I'm like, damn, how do you, sorry, excuse my language. I apologize for using that word. But how do you function, making sure that's your only language? And then I remember, I'm like, oh, because you have your 10-year-old son or 10-year-old daughter, like myself, that's translating your information for your parents. But the bill is now with y'all. So if y'all are open to amending it, that's y'all.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more. So there's specific language that go on town warrant articles, approved language. Would that cost to hire the translator be picked up by the state, or would the municipality need to hire the translator? And how would that language, like it's very specific language that's approved, so how would you envision this bill working on DRA language?
That's a good question. I think, it goes down to if it's a warrant article, I think, we have professional translators who would do that's their job to do professional translations, and they do it for legal, there are legal professions that use these services. So I think, I would trust them to do the best they can. I think the cost would probably go up would probably be with the Secretary of State, but I can't be certain. I can't. So I think that's probably something that would probably have to do a little bit of work on.
Representative Barry.
So I don't share the concern about finding translators. I think we're going to be able to find plenty of people to do that. Probably some that would even do it for free. Your amendment here deals with the printing of the ballot. To go, I represent Manchester. We have charter amendments on occasion. Those charter amendments can be very long. And the reason I'm bringing that up is I know from my time studying Spanish that the length of one language is not always the length of another. And that could create spatial issues on the ballot, right? So if you've got, the OCR readers reads, it's looking for a fill-in at this point on the sheet, and it uses the black bars on the side as a guiding point to figure out where that is. If that moves, and maybe this is a question for the Secretary of State, to be fair, this may be beyond you. So if that moves that, I'm just wondering if they factor that into the fiscal note, because if it moves that bubble, now we're talking about a new ballot, arguably going into a different machine. So I just think we need to take into consideration those things. But I don't know. I'm trying to get to that point, which is, would it possibly move that? Would that have a fiscal note? And you may not be able to answer that, and maybe a question for the Secretary of State's office, to be fair.
No, I think it's a really valid question. And I think, where other states already have some sort of, have ballots translated in other languages. I think we can pick up some best practices. I mean, talk to Texas. I'm sure there are they print some of the places print out ballots in different languages because they just, at that point you're hitting a Voting Rights Act threshold. So so they're required to by law, and so I think we can definitely look at best practices from other states to see how they're doing it and whether or not you have to go about doing what you talked about.
Further questions, Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I think I heard you say in testimony that currently about 9% of the national population is Spanish-speaking. What kind of help is available now for citizens when they go to vote? Is there translators, or is there some kind of help with community groups and so forth?
Thank you for the question. That's a really good question. So it depends. It really depends on what voting location you're at. I think that in my district specifically, I know that the city clerk works really hard to try to get folks who speak their that language in that district, being Spanish, or and sometimes even Portuguese, they get somebody who speaks that language to try to be there at the polling location. But I've seen it in other polling locations where they don't have somebody who speaks that language, and it becomes really difficult, especially when it comes to a new registrant. If somebody's registering for the first time, maybe they just became a citizen. So it really ranges. So it's not a uniform process. It's really kind of at the discretion of the city, of the town or city clerk.
Thank you. Further questions? With the committee's indulgence, I have a couple of comments and questions because I'm throwing this out there to see if there's interest and whether or not somebody wants to do a further amendment. First of all, I guess I could do a would you believe, but would you believe I might disagree with the fact that translators might be an issue, because I can tell you from a court perspective, when we have hearings and we need a translator, even in a fairly common language, it is it is not easy to get those translators. As a matter of fact, I might argue it was easier to get them 15 years ago than it is now. And in that regards, this is hypothetical, the court translators are certified and they are sworn under oath when you use them. So I don't understand how you would just have people volunteering services to do certification without some sort of way to assure that the translation was correct. I do think that this is a fiscal note, but I think my guess is, and somebody from the Secretary of State's office might come back, I suspect it would be one of those that would say undeterminable, because There is no way currently of forecasting, and that local ballots for your local election are the responsibility of our municipality. So I can see the Secretary of State's office arguing that if there's a translation requirement, the municipality would need to assume the cost of that because the Secretary of State's office is not involved in those local ballot preparations. Finally, I do actually have a question. How did you come up with the 3%? Because it's my understanding that the Federal Law Voting Rights Act actually kicks in for a language requirement at 5%. So could you explain why it is different?
So I can believe all of those things first.
Thank you for indulging me,
I
Representative.
can't believe I can't believe, because you're right. And I think with, like, you know, especially with language that, you know, you want to get it right on these translations. You don't want something to, you know, to be lost, so to speak, lost in translation, but you don't want meaning to be lost. So getting certified folks, it can be tough. So, so I can't believe that. In terms of the 3%, I think, you know, I used it as just kind of a, you know, a lower threshold, but not something where it's like, you know, 1% or 2%. I thought 3% was just a little bit, was just the right size for it. I do think, you know, our population is changing, and I want to make sure that we change, like, you know, that we are trying to accommodate for them as well. But, and, you know, I don't think, and it really ranges on the types of communities. So, you know, there are certain parts of the state where I'm like, I don't know if we're ever going to need this. But you never know. And that's part of the exciting part. But the 3%, I think, is just slightly below the federal level. And so that's why I was going with the 3%.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming here today. I have a question about that 9% that I've been thinking of, and I apologize if it's already been answered.
What's the 9%?
The
Nashua.
9% population
in
of
Nashua.
Nashua that speaks Spanish. Of that, or is it 9%? Maybe it's the entirety, but of that, what is the percentage of people that speak Spanish exclusively and live their entire life only speaking Spanish?
Right. I don't know off the top. Thank you for the question. I don't know off the top of my head, and you'd probably have to really delve deep into it. I mean, it really depends. I mean, I have family members who, or I should not use my own personal anecdotal evidence. So there are folks out there who will, you know, who go on and don't ever feel the need to change, you know, to learn the English language because they live in an enclave, and it's, you know, all the services are provided for them in that language because they're surrounded by it. That's not to say that, like, you know, that there are communities in New Hampshire that are that, you know, uniform where you could go about and not have to speak a lick of English. But I will say, I think, you know, I think folks try to make the effort to learn English. I mean, like, once again, now I will go in anecdotally. I think they're, like, growing up, I remember seeing these ads for this translation service called Inglés sin barreras, which means English without barriers. And, like, if you ever tell a Latino kid about Inglés sin barreras, they're like, boom, like, it'll like set off, like, trigger, be like, oh my God, I remember those commercials. But, like, so, you know, there's a concerted effort to, like, try to learn English, try to assimilate, and try to be a part of their community. But, you know, I think it takes time to learn English. It's not an easy language to learn, and we're lucky because we get to spend, you know, K through 12 learning it. But and that's not to say Spanish is any easier, but I think that, you know, I think new Americans and immigrants do try to make a concerted effort to learn English. I just want to make sure that by the time, you know, if they're in the middle of that process, that they can get to vote, and that in a language that they feel comfortable in.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on 1442 is Rusin Chester.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. On the onset of this, I I haven't seen the amendment, so I was going based on the original 1442 with just including the supervisor's checklist. But couple of things that I have concerns about is the fact that this information on what 3 languages that we're going to choose is actually going to be taken by the census figures. The United States Census figures include citizens, non-citizens, legal residents, non-citizen long-term visitors, and undocumented immigrants. So in that by itself, only citizens are allowed to vote. But we're going to take non-citizen information and determine what language should be on our ballots. That's a problem for me. One of the things that the town of Bedford does very well is that they have the instructions for the ballots. The ballots are all in English, but the instructions on how to complete a ballot and how to go through the process, any warrant articles or anything like that, the instructions themselves are available in every language, written. So this solves the problem, as the committee chair mentioned, with regards to translators. I worked with a minority population for a long time, and translators are not only hard to find, but they're extremely expensive. The other thing is translators come with their own ideas and ideals. So unless it's a certified translator, you don't know what that translator's telling the prospective voter. So that's a problem. They are also very expensive. It would only be one day an election cycle, but by how many towns and municipalities. The other thing with regards to this is that personally, the one thing I like about this bill is that it would create problems on the ballot, and we'd have to go to hand count, personally. So that's just a little aside. And there was something else. I think that I'll just end with that. But like I said, my biggest issue with that is if we're going to generate what languages we use from census information, I think that's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thanks. Also signed up to speak on this is Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like if you could go to the website doj.nh.gov and look on it. And the first thing you see as the flag on this website is China's flag. So back to your question about is English going to be official on this checklist? That is my question too, because I don't see anywhere on this Department of Justice website the American flag, but we see the China flag on it. Besides French, France, and other language, I don't recognize the flag. And I only discovered this during the Windham audit. I'm like, why is China flag doing here? This is New Hampshire website. And I put it on Facebook, and everybody's like, whoa. And they call it hasn't been fixed. So if this come into law, is all the towns in New Hampshire gonna have certain flag like this show up on their website? So I feel like I'm in China looking at this website. We're not in New Hampshire anymore. That's one problem that I have with this bill. Second is, as you said about the costs, it doesn't matter who pay. Is somebody taxpayers gonna pay for this? I've been translating in court, hospital, in all the places that you name it for years. And I can tell you that in many courtrooms, even people that provided by professional translation company certified, but translate completely wrong in court. And I can see it. I can hear it. And one of the defendant, criminal, that if he's convicted, he's gonna have to go to prison for a very long time. He opposed because the person couldn't even speak the language that she's supposed to translate fluently. How could she understand what he had to say to defend himself? See, so if the was certified, we already have problems, never mind the volunteers. And I've been helping a lot of people in Massachusetts in the election and stuff like that, and they see the posts and all kinds of stuff, and like Roxanne said, the people that translate, they hold their own mind and their own ideals, and who knows that who they tell to go to vote. So I also help a lot of people to go translate and vote here in the state. Of course, I tell them to go vote Republicans because I'm a Republican. I wouldn't tell them to go vote for the Democrats or other parties. So how do you control that? So we don't have problem. Why do we create a problem? So I would respectfully asking you to please oppose this bill. Don't create more problems, because whatever that translator or interpreter created during the election or in the translation, who's gonna pay for the liability when it goes to in the litigation? Who's paying for that? The taxpayers paying for that. We're done paying for it. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
That is the last pink card I have on 1442. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Why don't you come on down, and I'm going to ask you to fill out one of these pink cards, please. You can do it at the end. I'd like to move along because we're sort of a little behind schedule here, and if you can fill it out afterwards, and then Representative Love, would you do me a favor and grab a pink card and give it to this person?
I see it now. I just saw the
Oh, okay. You've
sign-out
got one?
sheet before, but
Okay.
now
All
I
right.
see the pink cards.
Thanks. All right.
Thank you very much. I am here to support this bill.
And could you tell us your name, please?
My name is Suzanne Corby.
Thank you.
Corby. I live in Manchester. And I am part of an organization called Welcoming Manchester that's affiliated with the state organization Welcoming New Hampshire. And our mission is to welcome immigrants and to make our cities and our state as welcoming a place as we can for immigrants. Because we believe that having immigrants and welcoming immigrants is a win-win situation. People get to come here, they get economic opportunity, they get safety from disaster and war, and we get workers, really competent workers all along the line, particularly if you look in our nursing homes and hospitals and rehab facilities, you're going to see a lot of immigrants working. And we believe that we need, in return, to make them as comfortable as possible. Now, becoming a citizen is a great milestone, and people feel proud. They work to do it. They feel proud of their success. But the second milestone is voting, because there's only two rights that only citizens have. One is to vote, and one is to serve on a jury. So once you become a citizen, many people want to exercise that right to vote. Now, people will ask, if they become citizens, don't they speak English? Yes, they speak English. The expectation of reading is lower. And we don't have literacy tests for native-born citizens either. But the reading level is generally okay. But when you start to read complex material, like how to register to vote, the form how to register to vote, the absentee ballot form, and those directions, those are complicated. They're complicated for native English speakers. And people don't feel comfortable doing that in their second language. They need to have their first language to make them feel comfortable. It's not only a welcoming gesture, but it is also an important way in which we can give people their rights as citizens. I was involved with an effort in the Manchester City election in 2021 where we had information printed, translated, and printed on. Now, we can't take these forms and translate them. That's not allowed. That has to go through the Secretary of State. And that's what I'm hoping that this bill will do. But we did take the information in plain English and 5 other languages and had it translated. And we chose those languages based on what the translating companies most often got. We didn't use the census, but the requests that they most often got. This was very well received. It was used by candidates, and it was used by citizens who were preparing to vote. But what would really enhance this would be to actually get those forms that you fill out, the registration form and the absentee ballot form and any other form. And I don't think there's a lot of them. And I don't think the cost would be very great. This is not interpretation. It's not having anybody go in and speak for you. This is paper translation. And that's usually about $60 a page, maybe $75 a page. You choose a few of the most important documents and the most important languages. It's not going to cost a lot. And it's not only a way to be friendly and welcoming, but it allows people to fulfill their right as a citizen. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Any
Thank you.
questions from committee members? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may also be a question for the Secretary of State, I don't know, but thanks, ma'am, for taking the question. Is there anything in current law, do you know, or what's the process in Manchester for town clerks that want to do this on their own? In other words, does Manchester do a ballot?
No.
In Spanish? It's English only?
No.
And that's, I guess, probably a question I have for the Secretary of State.
It
later
would
on.
have to be approved by the Secretary of State. So, and we did actually in 2016 write a letter to the Secretary of State and make that request, and it was denied. But it was right before the election. You know, there wasn't a lot of time, there wasn't a lot of budget left, and this law wasn't in effect. So, you know, they didn't have to do it. And, but we can't just, a private group can't just take that registration form and translate it. It needs to be approved by the state. It needs to come through the state.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none.
Thank you, and thank
Thanks.
you for your time on this.
And that is the last person I have as indicating wanting to speak on 1442. Is there anybody else who wants to speak on 1442? We did have people sign up electronically to provide a remote testimonial position on the bill, and signing up in support of it were 105, opposed were 6. And Representative Terosian, thank you. Today, in LOB, 6 people have signed up with the position, with 2 persons indicating in favor and 4 opposed. And I'm just going to say, you know, these committee hearings have been fairly small, but the blue sheet is really to indicate if you're not speaking, because if you speak, then we sort of register your opinion twice, which is fine. As a committee, we can certainly manage that. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on 1442. Next scheduled for hearing is 1496. HB 1496 is requiring political subdivisions to make voter checklists available in spreadsheet form to any resident. The prime sponsor of the bill is here with us today. Again, thank you for coming back this afternoon, Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the Election Law Committee. I want to thank you for your services. To me, is the most important committee in our House. I believe that clean elections are at the root of the tree of liberty. You know, and if we don't take care of our clean elections, we'll lose liberty. I want to introduce House Bill 1496. And the reason behind it, I was talking to Representative Leon from Derry, and prior to her becoming a representative, she asked the supervisor of the checklist in Derry if she could scour the checklist. And you know, she's a mom of 3. She didn't have a whole lot of time to do it, but she came up with 1,500 people that were registered to vote in Derry that weren't there anymore. You know, through death or through moving. Some had been gone for 5 years, things like that. Then they did the 10-year purge and found another 6,000. Okay, that's 7,500, you know, registered voters that shouldn't be there. And I found that kind of appalling, really. You know, it's, once again, you know, the root of the tree of liberty. We can't have this. We have to take care of our elections and really be vigilant. And I guess it's up to us to be vigilant.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Love? Well, I'm sorry. Representative Bergeron, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, the First Amendment in the bill on line 3 requires that the clerks forward an electronic copy in spreadsheet form to the Secretary of State.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
How would it be made available from the Secretary of State? We're talking about people, you know, from Salem wanting Derry's, people from Colebrook wanted Hanover's. You know, if they have heard of any discrepancies or anything like that, we should have the citizens helping us. You know, it's
Further question, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Well, thank you for your reply. And I apologize if it sounded facetious, because I didn't mean it to. Were you aware then that when the checklist is created at the city or town level, it's done so in ElectionNet in PDF form or in a comma delimited file, and the Secretary of State has access to that electronic checklist already, so that there's no need for the clerks to create one and then send it up to the Secretary of State?
And the second part of this bill, thanks for your question, by the way. The second part of this bill is to make it available to any citizen at no cost. You know, to press a button on a computer, it shouldn't cost, you know, $75. Okay, we're not in the business of making money. We're in the business of keeping elections clean.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Love? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak for this bill is the Honorable Neil Kirk.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and although I was a former representative, or am a former representative, I'm speaking for myself. I oppose this bill for 6 reasons. First, should it pass, and as you know, if it passes, anyone can get a copy of the public checklist from the Secretary of State in electronic form. And that would be for the entire state, basically for every single community in the state. While the law currently says that you cannot use these checklists for commercial purposes, I think it would be rather naive of the legislature to believe that some people wouldn't take advantage of this to get copies of these lists and sell them to data miners and others. So as a practical matter, not a legal matter, but as a practical matter, if this bill were to pass, all of us would be receiving a great deal more junk mail, perhaps junk telephone calls, but it would be an intrusion on most people that they would find to be very surprising and unnecessary, because they've chosen to exercise their right to vote, and now they become part of some data miner's database. Number 2, there are many people in this state who have registered to vote and many people who haven't. This would discourage those people who haven't from registering to vote, because one of the consequences is everybody's going to know this, and as I said a moment ago, you will be getting all sorts of junk mail, etc., as a result of your decision to go public in this manner under the bill should you decide to register and vote. Number 3, if you read the fiscal note, most of $100,000 will be lost to cities and towns. Right now, the cities and towns get some money from the Secretary of State, and that would go away under this bill because there would be no charges for this information. In effect, if you vote in favor of this bill, you're raising local property taxes. Now, I'll admit that it's a trivial amount overall, $100,000 out of billions of dollars that we collect in state taxes. In my town of Ware, which has a population of 9,000, our town clerk said if this bill were to pass as of 2021, the town of Ware would have lost $463. Now, that isn't a lot of money, but it is the kind of thing that I hope this legislature wouldn't want to put on local property taxpayers. Fourth, this may be a violation of the recently passed Informational Privacy Amendment. That's 2B in our Constitution, Part 1, Section 2B, which says government intrusion into personal information is not allowed. There is no justification that I can think of for expanding this that would overcome the privacy interests which that amendment is designed to protect. This also may be an unfunded mandate. If you read the fiscal note, the Municipal Association says that cities and towns are going to have to come up with some way to create an electronic spreadsheet beyond what they're already doing by sending information in electronic form to Secretary of State. No amount is specified, and certainly I suspect it's not going to be a huge amount, but again, it would be a requirement that the state is imposing on municipalities without paying for it in violation of Article 28A. And lastly, this bill may violate the federal Constitution. You know there's a section in the bill, Section 2, that says only New Hampshire residents can get this information. Now that means that the Secretary of State is going to have to do two things. First of all, require me to identify myself and prove that I'm a New Hampshire resident, and then give me this. So the Secretary of State will now have a list of everybody who requested this information. That's a problem because it's an unnecessary intrusion into personal privacy, especially under the right to know law, since you can get information without identifying yourself. But here's the federal constitutional issue. Article 4, Section 2, Clause 1. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. In other words, one state cannot discriminate in favor of its citizens and against those citizens of other states. In this case, the discrimination is we only allow New Hampshire residents to get this information and not residents of other states. And I'd like to conclude by citing a very interesting U.S. Supreme Court decision where the appellant was the New Hampshire Supreme Court. In this case, a Vermont woman, this was in the early 1980s, a Vermont woman took and passed the New Hampshire Bar Association and went to the Supreme Court to become a member of the New Hampshire Bar. The Supreme Court said, sorry, you can't become a member because we only allow New Hampshire residents to become members of the bar. The Supreme Court said, sorry, you can't do that. That violates the Privileges and Immunity Clause. And here was their statement. And I'm quoting, "We conclude that New Hampshire Bar's residency requirement violates the Privileges and Immunity Clause of Article 4, Section 2 of the United States Constitution. The non-residents interested in practicing law is a, quote, privilege, unquote, protected by the clause. Although the lawyer is, quote, an officer of the court, unquote, he does not hold a position that can be entrusted only to a full-fledged member of the political community. A state may discriminate against non-residents only where its reasons are substantial and the difference in treatment bears a close or substantial relationship to those reasons." No such showing has been made in this case. And so the New Hampshire Supreme Court's ruling or requirement that a member of the bar be a resident in New Hampshire was overturned. I think that's analogous to the situation we have here. There's no justification for limiting this information only to New Hampshire residents. So I believe that if a case were to be brought, this, or at least the second part of this bill would fail for a violation, for being in violation of the federal Constitution. Madam Chairman, that concludes my testimony. I'd be pleased to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative Kirk. And I want to tell you, I am so happy to hear from you, and I am so happy, I'm not disappointed, that you brought this smack dab into the middle of privacy issues, which those of us who had the honor of serving in the House with you know was one of your personal focuses, and in fact had a lot to do with the constitutional amendment. So I want to thank you for your, particularly thank you, not to disparage anybody else, for your testimony this afternoon. Nice to see you. Questions?
It's very nice of you to say that, Madam Chairman.
Questions? Representative Barry.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a series of questions. First, which thank you for being here, Representative Kirk. I didn't have the pleasure of serving with you, but your, to echo the chairman's sentiment, your passion for privacy issues is well known, and a legacy that has currently outliving your tenure as a former state representative. So congratulations on that front at a minimum. First question is, do you believe that voter information is public information?
Yes.
Yes.
Certain information is public information.
Oh.
We acquire all sorts of information from a person in order to register to vote, including where you're born, where you were naturalized, the name of the court. I mean, all sorts of information that probably is not relevant to the public. But it certainly is relevant to the public that the names of people who have registered, who are registered to vote, be known and available to them in some format, in some forum.
Okay, so, and I guess you're getting to the heart of what my next question was, because I heard about how smart you were, and you're showing that. Currently, I can go into any town clerk office, any city clerk office, ask to see the checklist and thumb through it. And I think in Manchester, you can even get PDF copies of it for an exorbitant amount of money. What's the difference here? I mean, if this is a privacy issue, right, and I can currently see this information, right, and there's really nothing it wouldn't happen, right? But I could, in theory, walk into the town clerk's office and start transcribing this onto a piece of paper. How is, I'm trying to figure out how turning it into a spreadsheet all of a sudden makes it, I get it makes it more accessible, but I understand, like, from a privacy perspective, how does that turn it into, I don't want to say violation, but an infringement maybe?
I think you answered your own question. It's a question of how accessible. If everything is on a Times Square bulletin board, and that's what you mean by public access, then it's not just a degree, but a totally different situation than if you have to go to 234 separate town jurisdictions, get something on a piece of paper, put it into, in your home, some sort of electronic format, and then disseminate it or use it. That's a totally different situation from what's proposed under this bill, which basically is the entire checklist is available, easily available in electronic form, can be used for any, as a practical matter, can be used for any purpose. I see that as an enormous difference between the current situation. And that's why I'm here. It's a order of magnitude, not just an order of degree difference.
Further questions from the committee, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Kirk. So my question is, political parties already have access to this information. Why shouldn't the public, by and large, also have access to it?
I don't believe that the political party should have access to it, and I was unsuccessful in preventing that from happening. I certainly don't want to see an error compounded by making this information more accessible. I think we have, and have had for a number of years, a relatively fragile situation with respect to voters. You know all of the voting controversy that's going on in various states, including New Hampshire, and in Congress. I want to make sure that voters feel as comfortable as residents feel as comfortable as possible with not only becoming voters, but actually voting. And I believe that to the extent one of the prices that we pay for registering to vote and voting is that everybody easily knows what we've done and when we've done it, not who we voted for, that kind of unnecessary publicity would be a deterrent to some folks exercising their rights as citizens. And so I'm trying to prevent that, and I think this bill goes in that direction. It's not a huge step, but it's another step, and I don't think the legislature ought to go in that direction.
Further questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Also signed up to speak on 1496 is Ken Eyring.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm very grateful to all of you for allowing me to take some of your valuable time. I'm also grateful to Representative Dave Love for putting this bill in. After the issues that arose in November of 2003 with elections across the country, there were a lot of concerns by a lot of people. Not all those concerns were valid. Maybe some of them were, maybe they're not. But it's difficult for people to actually get in, get the information and be able to determine whether or not there were issues that need to be addressed. I agree with Representative Barry that this is not a privacy issue. You didn't use those words, but what he said was that this information is already available publicly. But it's difficult to get. You have to go to every town, and you have to get the checklists from every town. You have to pay for that. It's my understanding that the Republican Party and the Democrat Party have access to these lists already. Now, I don't mean to sound like I'm talking down to anybody, but our New Hampshire Constitution defines we the people as the government. All power resides in the people in Article 8, and that our magistrates and officers are our substitutes and at all time accountable to us. So why should the two parties have access to information, easily accessed information that is very, very difficult for us to get and very costly for us to get as well? I agree with the issue that Representative Love brought up about too many people on the ballot. And those not on the ballot, on the checklist, they need to get purged. And not all of the supervisors of the checklist do their jobs. We have a woman in Windham who was awesome. She was elected about 10 years ago, and she purged thousands of names from our checklist. If people aren't eligible to vote, their name shouldn't be on the checklist. So I just want to address a few things. The reason to have it in a spreadsheet format is because it makes it easy to use from an end user's point of view. We can sort it, and we can make better use of the data. The reason to have the towns do the work instead of the state is because it reduces the burden of the state having to do that. I actually met with Secretary Gardner last year to talk about this bill specifically. And, you know, he suggested that it would not be difficult for them to post these on the website if that were the case. I want to address the cost issue, and I agree with the Honorable Kirk that you know, towns might lose money, but it's minimal. We're talking about voter integrity. There are issues, there are concerns of many people in our country, across our country, but even in this state, as to whether or not every vote is being cast properly and if it's being cast by legal voters. So if it's a few $100s per town, when you divide that out across all the residents in the town or all the properties in the town, you're talking about $1, less than $1, aren't helping to ensure the integrity of our elections worth that? If you're going to put a price on the value of our elections, that's not really a price. That's really should even be considered, because it's nothing. It's pennies. The state database, I just confirmed this with Secretary of State Scanlon. The state database already produces a spreadsheet. So the financial note in here, which says that the towns would have to buy software, is not true. They have access to the electronic voter system, and they can produce the spreadsheet through that. They can then send that file, it's a CSV file, which is the spreadsheet format, and they can send that up to the Secretary of State. I'd like to just take a brief moment to address some of the issues that the Honorable Kirk had brought up, because I disagree with most, if not all of them. So I did bring the first one was that you can already get copies going from each town to each town individually. But again, that makes it difficult for someone like myself, who is very concerned about voter integrity, from actually going through that process. Why should I have to do that? This is public information. It should be available to me publicly. I should be able to go, and if you don't want to transfer this over to my town clerk, up to the Secretary of State's office, change this, and let me get all that information for every town from my town clerk. All that's doing is throwing a roadblock in my way as a citizen, whereas you, as elected representatives, you don't have that roadblock. That doesn't make sense to me, because I say this with the utmost of respect, because I know you make a huge amount of money, but you're public servants, right? I know you're here to do the right thing, but you're here to serve us. Don't make our jobs more difficult. The second thing is that it would discourage people from registering to vote. That's part of the price of being a citizen and casting a vote. You register in the town. It's already public information. I'm not asking for somebody's date of birth. I'm not asking for all the fields. I'm only asking for the data that would be given to me if I went to my town clerk and I asked for voter checklist in a spreadsheet format. The fiscal note, I think I talked about that already. May be a violation of information privacy. This is already public information. I can already access it. It's a non-founded mandate. They won't have to buy any software, so they already have the ability to do this. If I went to my town and I asked using a right-to-know request, I could already get a spreadsheet, so I'm only asking you to make this easier for me to not have to go from town to town to town. And it may violate federal constitution, because only New Hampshire residents can get the info. Well, I can go to any town using the right-to-know law, and I can get a copy of the voter checklist. I don't have to tell them who I am. I don't even have to write any information about myself. I could just go there and I can make the request, and they have to honor that request. Our laws already allow me to do all of this. I'm just asking you to make it easier for me. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Eyring? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that anyone can't get a copy of the voter checklist unless the parties are the entities that can get them. Am I confusing myself?
No, I can go to my town clerk. I can put in a request, and I can ask her to give me a copy of the checklist, and she'll have it ready in a day.
Further questions? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you very much.
Suzanne Corby. Looks like Suzanne has left. Tricia Pietzu.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Tricia Pietzo. I'm with the Secretary of State's office. And some of the testimony I just wanted to provide to you has already been provided to you, as Representative Bergeron and others have discussed. This information is already currently available at any city or town clerk's office. As a matter of fact, RSA 654-31 Roman numeral 2 is what allows the cities and towns to go ahead and provide this information to any residents coming into their clerk's offices. There is a fee involved, as stated in the fiscal note and everything like that. These monies that, as far as the statewide checklists that are collected from the party affiliations, for those that are getting it through the party, go back to the cities and towns. But individually, any city and town, when somebody is going into the city and town to purchase this list, would also, then they would also be losing it internally as well. They wouldn't necessarily be coming to the state. They can also do it, whether it's a state rep, somebody filing for alderman or a mayor that would like to purchase a statewide list. They will lose the revenues from that as well. One note I would like to make on this too is that within this, it states that it shall be available in a spreadsheet form to the Secretary of State, and that checklist, so corrected, shall be used at an election. If it's applied to that, that means this would only applying 6 to 13 days before an election, and not when a supervisor of the checklist has other sessions, like they just had last evening and everything. So, but this information is already available to anybody that wishes to purchase it. It's just, so it's available for a fee, and the monies would be lost, would be towards the cities and towns that in turn use this money to continue to enhance what they need for voting purposes. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from committee members? I'm not seeing any, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this is her son Chester.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Thank you for hearing me today. I just want to talk a little bit in support of this bill. As you've already heard, testimony, it's already available. It's not always easy to acquire. There are some towns that give you a lot harder time getting that list than other towns. We have actually had a representative during the course of our trying to do our own little kind of voter integrity process, actually get arrested for trying to obtain this information. So it is a problem for the citizens of New Hampshire. It's a shame that we've gotten to the point that our elections are such in question. For me, they've been in question since 2002. I have been concerned about the integrity of our elections since 2002, and it has been falling on deaf ears for many years. So I am very, very thankful that a lot of this has come to light. But I think it's important that we all recognize we have an opportunity right now. We have an opportunity to be transparent for the people that put us in the positions that you folks are in. We have an opportunity to understand that although it may cost a property owner $1 more a month in property taxes, it'll be saving them thousands in potential legislation that's actually not advantageous to them. With regards to the fee that's involved, right now the parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, pay a fee for this information, and it's given back to the municipalities. Shame on us. If that's the reason for opposing this, shame on us. It should not be about that. The bottom line is that the people of the state of New Hampshire do not believe in our voting process, whether it's legitimate or not. They don't believe in the voting process. They don't believe in the voting registry. They don't believe that the checklists are being appropriately managed. The bottom line is that we have a responsibility to the people of New Hampshire to be able to say, okay, we are going to be completely transparent. We're going to allow you at no cost to do on your own time and at your own expense for generating all these and canvassing and things like that. We're going to allow you to prove that voting in New Hampshire is either good or bad. And we're allowing you to be part of the process to fix the problems where they exist. The other thing that I like about this spreadsheet being available is that, in my opinion, it actually decreases nefarious, potential nefarious problems with selling of data. Selling of data is a real thing, whether it's you get the registries going from town to town, or you get them on a spreadsheet. If I log in electronically and I pull down all these people, then there's an IP address connected to me. And if I'm doing something that I should not be doing, it's going to be easier for the powers that be to come to me and say, nah, whereas right now, you don't have to show any kind of proof of who you are. You can walk into a town hall. Like I said, some are better than others, but some town halls you can walk in and say, I would like this, and they say, okay, give us 20 minutes. And then you walk out with it. You never show an ID. You never have to explain why you wanted this information. And so I support this bill for exactly, I think that this bill does a good job trying to further support the integrity of our right to vote in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? I'm seeing none. Thank you. The last person I have signed up for this bill is Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to say that the thing that President Ronald Reagan said, trust but verified. The second thing, follow up on that, is Stalin, the communist leader. He said that it doesn't matter how many people vote. It matters who count the vote. And I've been following this since November 2020 because I have no faith in our election process. No election integrity. I don't have faith. I still go through the motion of voting, but I don't trust it. I need to verify it. And this bill, HB 1496, help me, to verify those facts myself. And the Honorable Kurt earlier mentioned about the cost, the revenue lost by the town. The first in the nation status of New Hampshire earns New Hampshire business $2 billion. $2 billion. And we worry about the $1 something in the town for the cost. We need to prove this first in the nation process is that we have the right process and everything's done right in New Hampshire. That's why we have that status, right? And about the junk mail, the most privacy of everything that each of us being violated every day that we don't know and not aware about is the credit card. Every time you make a purchase, they know everything about you. So this information of the voter checklist is a public information, which is a name and who you register to vote. And on a personal level, I got a phone call because I have a lot of people register to vote and go to vote on election day, both in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and actually around the country. And you know what? One of my friends here that I know for 20-something years, he said, Chow, can you check for me to see if I'm still registered to vote? Because I want to make sure I go to vote November 3rd. So okay, what's your birthday? And I go on the website, check it for him. He has been registered to vote as a Republican forever. And in fact, he doesn't even know how to change it yet. On the website, it shows that he's independent. It's like, what's independent? Who changed that information for him? So I called the town, Manchester, and they said, well, you have to come down and fill out a form, to change that back to Republican. So I met him there and helped him do that. And I asked them again, who changed that information? They couldn't answer that. So with this list available to us easily so that we can just go through it and check it, just but verified. Without this information available, I wouldn't know until people like that call and let me know, or they don't even know that themselves. And I help people register to vote for the first time. Yet when I get on the website, in Massachusetts, they've been registered to vote and vote Democrats for 8 years, 15 years, 20 years. I have records of that to show you. So I'm asking you to please support us, the peasants, who's supposed to be the owner of this country, to get through the red tape, because I'm sick of that. The political party have the power to do this and that, but we, the little people, are the majority that paying all the taxes, don't have that right. That is not right. If we're talking about all men are created equal, our rights are equal. Why are these political party people have more power than we do? We should have the same right, access to the information, so that we can check and verify, make sure it's a transparent process, so we can restore our faith and trust in New Hampshire election process. It's a voters' integrity issue here. And this is a bipartisan issue, everybody's issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm seeing none, so thanks.
Thank you.
That's the last speaker. I have signed up for 1496. There were a number of people who signed up to testify remotely. 16 people signed up in support of it. 14 people signed up opposed to it. And Representative Terosian is bringing me the sign up for the Legislative Office Building today, which indicates that 5 people have signed up for it, which would include 2 people who did not speak, and the 2 people who did not speak are in favor of 1496. I'm going to close the public hearing on 1496 and open our last hearing of the day, which is on 1383, which is relative to electronic copies of absentee ballot lists. The sponsor of this is Representative Berry, and he is here to introduce the bill. Representative Berry.
And I'm here on behalf of myself for once, so that's
There
a nice change of pace for the day. This bill is a follow-up bill to legislation that we passed last year. For those who remember, we made the electronic copies of absentee ballot requests available to candidates whose name appear on the ballot. That obviously had a bunch of moving pieces in it, if you recall from the hearing. This bill is brought in to address some of those issues. I will be bringing an amendment forward to this bill. I'm currently communicating with my city clerk, who did do this in Manchester. The law went into effect before the general election. So I've been talking with him about ways that we can improve it to kind of lighten the burden on the town and city clerks, but also maintain the intent of the legislation that we passed. The bill as it is currently written deals with the frequency in which the list is made available. Ironically enough, my city clerk said Ross isn't daily a lot, and I was like, well, you're sending them out every day. So I may actually address the underlying bill itself, just to accommodate the people that I represent. But that is the intention of this legislation, is to address issues with within the laws we passed that we knew, and I said in the hearing, we were going to find those and fix those and get those tightened up before 2022.
Questions for Representative Berry? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong bill, but how does this make it, I guess I'm not sure how having them send it out within 1 business day improves anything, if not making it harder, and I'll follow up, so.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So the reason we want these lists is they are when they send the ballot out, right? The clock is then ticking to, if you're going to have a conversation with that voter, say, hey, go vote for me. The clock is ticking, right? And everybody in this committee, we're all election law nerds. We know that a voter who submits an absentee ballot can show up on election day at the polling location 2 hours after the polls has opened and request a new ballot and vote. But the reality is I'm not aware of a single voter who has executed that. I'm sure somebody will have some anecdotal evidence somewhere, but we know that the average voter doesn't understand that's an option. And elections, once that ballot is cast, it's over. It's effectively over. It is effectively over. So when they're sending those out, I do have the data from Manchester, and I haven't had a chance to analyze how quickly the average voter is returning it. But I do know and this is just kind of me scanning the data from Manchester's 2021 municipal election. So I'm not holding this up as some massive study, but it was a pretty quick turnaround time. I think it was less than about 3 or 4 days with the average, after 3 or 4 days after it was sent. And Manchester's kind of unique because if you get the mail to Manchester at Gough Falls Road, it is delivered in Manchester the next day. So admittedly, there's probably already on an abbreviated window, but you could see that's the point of addressing the frequency is when the Senate amended the bill that we passed, they tacked it in with 91A provisions, which do have the 5-day windows to respond. Thankfully, my city clerk did not attempt to use that, but you could see why that could be a problem if I submit a request to get the absentee ballot list, and then the city clerk says, hey, I'll shoot it to you on Friday. Well, if he's been mailing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I don't get it until Friday, that's a problem. So I am going to address the frequency. I don't know if I will go to daily, but I will probably keep it within 2 days just because of what I was seeing in the Manchester elections. The other thing I'll attempt to address will be the data that was provided. I believe they were getting lists sent to them from the Secretary of State's office. At least this is what the city clerk was conveying to me. So they weren't actually able to pull it themselves. They were getting, the SOS's office was sending it. I believe they were getting it every Tuesday and Thursday. It was either Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday and Thursday. I want to say it was Tuesday and Thursday. And the data that was being provided was incomplete and insufficient for the average candidate to use. I happen to be smarter than the average bear with databases, and they were sending the state voter ID number, and they were sending the other kind of pertinent information relative to an absentee ballot request. So date requested, date mailed, and date returned are the 3 other pertinent pieces of information. So they were sending that. So I had to create a database using the state file, the voter file, not to reopen that, what we just went through, but I had to use the database and use the state voter ID number to cross-reference to that database to generate who the voter was with their relative information. It does create some problems because there are the databases that's available to the political parties are snapshots in time, right? So somebody registers after it, obviously they don't have that in the database. So we did have about, in my experience, about 5% of the absentee ballots that were being requested. We had no state voter ID number for them because doesn't mean they're not legitimate, doesn't mean they're not real voters, just means we didn't have them. So I'm going to try to address those issues as well. But it's going to be entirely a housekeeping bill to tighten that. And I said that when I did the first time that we were going to have to address things that we didn't see, but we've seen them and I'm trying to fix them. That was a really long answer to your question. I'm sorry.
Follow up.
Did I manage to get around it?
I'm not quite sure, but give it a shot.
Okay, so not every town clerk, well, I guess most city clerks are open every day, but not every town clerk's office is open every day. So I don't know that they can comply with this.
Oh yeah, no. So I am going to fix it. But the RSA that we're editing, because we addressed this in the hearing last time, it deals with days that they're open. So I will write it around there because I am aware that some are only open. Some of them are open 1 full day and a half day.
Right.
So I will be addressing that. Yes, it will not. We wrote it originally around the days they were open, and this will be around the days they were open.
Okay, so it's going to be different than what we have now? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it will be different than what we have now. I could only do so much when filing because when the bill filing was due, we hadn't actually conducted the election. So I was just trying to address issues that I knew of at the time, but obviously now consulting with my city clerk, other issues have arisen that he would like corrected, and I said when we pass this, I'm not trying to overburden the already hardworking clerks. I am trying to get access to a list that I think as candidates we do need, but I'm trying to find a middle ground. So these are all things that are going to get addressed in the very long email that my clerk sent me when he said Ross, comma.
Okay, thank you. No follow-up.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Chow Kelly. Chow, and I am going to ask you to keep it to 3 minutes to the bill, okay? We're going to talk about what the bill is proposing to do. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. So I was a voter, the observer for the Danville special elections a few months ago, and I was standing there looking at them checking the absentee ballots. And I checked, and they have miscount. And before that, I was asked to stand like so far away, I could not hear anything, I could not see anything. So I had to request to stand close. So that's why I found they count incorrectly. And so I brought it up to the moderator, and so he fixed that. So it's helpful for us to have this absentee list ahead of time so that we know roughly how many when we do the observing on the election day. And also, I received absentee ballot at my home for November election, which I did not ask. Why? How many towns and many people that I know have the same problem. And also, many towns that I know, that they don't check, compare the signature on the list. And I know people that show up to vote and they say, you already voted, absentee, so you cannot vote again. And I cannot be there to help them. So this absentee ballots business is important because I did not ask for those absentee ballots, and my understanding is before this COVID thing is you have to have the right process to get them. Now they mass mailing it out to everybody. That is wrong, and they don't check the signature. So please support this bill, 1383. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you. Also signed up to speak.
I have a question, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I have a question, yeah. So you received an absentee ballot at your home without requesting one? Is that
Yes.
what you said? And that's, you live where?
Hooksett.
Hooksett. Did you work with the AG's office to find out what had happened?
You know what? At the time, nobody even think about anything. You know, I just received a lot of them, and I went to help with a lot of on the campaign trail. So people say we need to pound on the absentee ballots. So people requesting absentee ballot, they just mail it to you. Whether or not you use it, they just mail it out.
Okay,
I should have kept that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And bring it for evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, also signed up to speak for this is Secretary of State David Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I just wanted to provide a little bit of information on this subject. Under normal conditions, I think that we could supply a list of absentee voters as this bill suggests. However, we have a situation with our database where we had a vendor that created it and maintained the system. Things worked incredibly well. They did a fantastic job. Clerks were able to generate reports that they needed along these lines. And in the past, we had suggested that they make these reports for absentee voters available once or twice a week on a very regular basis. Unfortunately, that company sold to another company who then assumed the intellectual property rights. And that company has been doing an abysmal job at maintaining the software system to the point that things that have been working just great are not working properly now. It's forcing our staff up at the HAVA office to work on generating their own reports, which is resulting in the issues that you see in Manchester, trying to get things timely. So we are trying to be as proactive as we can with the situation. We have drafted an RFP, a request for proposals, for upgrading our ElectionNet system so we can get out from under the vendor that we currently have. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little time, And I'm not optimistic that we're going to have this ready for the 2022 elections. Certainly 2024, we expect that this will be going smoothly. But I just wanted to make the committee aware of that situation because it does impact, how you might address this legislation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. So if this bill were to pass the House and pass the Senate and be enacted in 60 days from the governor signing it, how would you deal with that?
Well, obviously we would deal with it. With the language in this, and I'm anxious to see the amendment, and hopefully can have some input. But in this bill, it says, shall be provided, notwithstanding RSA 91A4, such copy shall be provided within 1 business day of the request. It implies that it's, I would read this as being the most recent copy of the list that's available, even if it's 3 or 4 days old. So, if the request is made and produced in 24 hours, it might be the same list that, the same person requested 3 days ago. Obviously, we understand the need for this, and, we want to make sure that the lists are up to date and that candidates especially get, up-to-date, accurate information on absentee voters so that they can run their campaigns. But under the current condition, producing a list within 24 hours is unrealistic.
Follow-up, Representative Terosian.
So under the current climate with the current vendor, how long would you expect it to take? If not in 1 day, do you have an idea roughly?
Tricia, how long do you think it would take?
Could be anywhere to 6 months to a year with this vendor.
Yeah, but if
For the vendor to
if we had in place a system, forget the vendor.
If we do ourselves manually,
Yeah.
we could handle it. It's just going to be a lot of staff time. Because that's what we did for the local elections, and that's what we're preparing to do for the town elections now.
Keep them up to date within 2 or 3 days.
Yes, correct. We were doing Tuesdays and Fridays. That's what it was. Tuesdays and Fridays. Tuesdays and Fridays. Yep.
Tuesday and Friday, okay. Representative Alexander. No, go ahead.
Thank you. My question was answered there because in the primary in 2020, I was doing things like writing to voters that requested ballots, and the lists were kind of older. So I guess like the turnaround time, I think you answered it was like 3 days or so, right? That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions for Secretary Scanlon? That's going to take me a minute. I apologize.
It's taken me a minute too.
I apologize. Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I have no other speakers signed up for this bill. So the testifying list remotely indicated that for House Bill 1383, 5 persons signed up in support of the bill, 4 signed up in opposition to the bill. And Representative Terosian has provided me with a sheet that provides that 2 people here in the LOB signed up in support of the bill. That concludes the public hearing on 1383, which is now closed. I want to thank everybody for their attendance and attention today. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.